see what the remaining balance, because I was actually trying to print off the payment history, um, as far as my attachments for, for the judge to see. And I'm not able to print off my payment history or the payments I made. And I was also trying to get the remaining balance feature for the print off as well. But I'm unable to see the remaining balance. It says NA. So those are the only questions I have. Just the remaining balance and NA status, the payoff history, payment information unavailable. So I'm just trying to see if what's the reason behind that, because I did send a detailed email to operations, and it seems like since Saturday I'm being routed to compliance and not just speaking to the regular representative, which is okay. So those it. You could provide it for me, that'd
Okay.
be good.
So who am I speaking with?
Lamont Thomas.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, just for security on the account, can
Yeah.
I have your date of birth and the zip code we have on file? All right. Is that
Yes.
still the best number, or do you want to update that?
No, that's the best number.
All right. Thank you so much for that information. And let's see here. The reason that you're not able to access the information through our customer portal is because of the email that
Right.
or letter that we received from
Right.
you.
Right.
That was actually escalated to our compliance team. So whenever we have, an issue or we're
Right.
investigating something, we place everything on hold.
Bring that one back from the top. You're rocking with the best.
Up and running in a few days. I will be monetized again. Been having some I got issues with YouTube, but it looks like I'm about to have my channel fully restored, and we about to get into it.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes barred with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field to play, I know you niggas looking down at my toe.
You're rocking with the best.
Impromptu stream. I know I've been y'all probably been seeing the shorts and the videos which have been releasing just to keep everything on the up and up while I'm getting ready for this next class that's coming up. The shorts are doing damn good. Videos are doing good. The last video that I actually put out besides the Thanksgiving was the explosive episode. It's 30 minutes to 36 seconds. Y'all, let's try to push that to 1,000 views. We got a 411 views so far. Please like, share it, light the comment section up. I mean, light it up.
We're about to take it back.
Light it up. Light the comment section up. Share. You can disagree all you want. And I don't even care if you disagree on stuff that has no basis. Just be respectful, because YouTube can't have too much disrespectful stuff in the comments, because it's going to be screened, it's going to be held, and it's going to be blocked, and it's going to be deleted, and you're going to be banned. I need my channel clean. I used to let people just go at it back and forth. I can't do that anymore. It's one of the things that they told me. So I got to tighten up on that. Another thing, we are about to once again take this to another level. And what do I mean about taking this to another level? One of the reasons why I say that Let's get a better one. Yeah, I guess. One of the reasons why I say that is because if you pay attention to, and if you haven't been following, you can go on my videos. It's going to be the ones where it's going to be a picture of me and two white guys. If you go on the channel and see that, the picture of me and two white guys, you're going to get the understanding of that. It's going to be under the videos. Now, in 2024, March 26, 2024, I sent Credit Acceptance a 14-page document. I got into the contract February 29th. I started working on it March 1st. I immediately saw some inconsistencies with the contract. I read over it while I was at the dealership, but I knew I wouldn't have time to get into it, stop it, because I know that right there in the moment is never the best time. So I made sure, and I followed up with the dealership, got it recorded, and I started doing 16 months of investigation, not only into Credit Acceptance, but the whole corporate finance thing, not the simplified regular version. I'm talking about deep into it, understanding terms that I wasn't familiar with. So when I sent them the document, they responded 3 months later. But during those 3 months it took them to respond, I wasn't expecting them to say, oh, you don't got to pay anymore. I wasn't expecting that. So when they responded, their response was more like, nah, we could defend this. Nah, you ain't really hit us where we need to really take this serious, according to them. And then I noticed, fast forward after the 16 months of investigation, when I called them July 1st and said, hey, I will be filing a lawsuit. This is the last payment that you will ever get, and I will be able to prove from a legal standpoint in court that I am not legally obligated from a legal accounting standpoint, not because I feel like I don't have to pay, not because of some trust or the mere fact that you just securitize the transaction that I don't have to pay. That's not what that's not. So by me looking over the balance sheet and reading the schedules and the items and the lines where it has to match up in the guidelines, hey, if this happened, account for it this way. Hey, exclude this from this balance sheet and report it over here. Hey, if this happened, you must measure it at this value. Or, hey, allowance for credit losses. Hey, it means this and this minus this. Move that over here. So then I started noticing, hold on, let me go back over their accounts again. Because they have the loan account, and that's the account number that's on your contract. And most people would think, well, that's where I pay my principal and interest at. And then when I make my payments of principal and interest, it's going to be reflected on my loan balance. Some people got apps you can look into and see when your payments are made, payments were made, payments. I'm not sure for all, but most it will tell you how much is going towards interest and how much is going towards the principal. So then I started looking at, I said, well, damn, all this money is going towards the principal, interest, but very few is going towards the principal. You know, once you knock the principal down, the interest kills, it drops down automatically. So I said, hold on. Something's not right here. Because if only a small portion is going to the principal and a big chunk of it's going towards the interest, then theoretically, let's say I got my monthly payment is $500. to pay down my monthly payments, car note. And it's the same principle for mortgage too. So my monthly payments is $500, but only $127 are being added to the principal. Then that means the remaining balance out of that 500 is going towards interest, which is off the books. It's not being credited towards your auto payment. Even though they put principal and interest payments when you repay your loan, principal and interest, but those are the words. So I wanted to figure out what's actually happening. So the more I dug deep, I realized all this interest money that they're taking in, it can't just be going towards my loan account because it would be reflected more in the account statement. And this is when I realized they have multiple accounts in which these interest payments are being allocated for certain internal purposes related not to your financing, but their own financing. So it's a simple thing. The consumers is Peter, Paul's the investor. Consumers Peter, Paul's the investor. Finance company in the middle. So the finance company says, hey, y'all, we need about $600 million up front. All right. But how you gonna pay that back? Hey, listen, you give it to $600 million, we're gonna be able to originate loans, and we're gonna get them at a discount, and then we're gonna pledge the contract value back to you. So you mean to tell me if I got if y'all gonna pledge, let me give you an example of a contract. So the purchase price of the vehicle is $25,000, but they gotta pay $50,000 back. Yeah. Well, how much are we paying for that? Shit, we give it to y'all for like 7 or 8. Bet. But then they're gonna owe y'all 50,000 back. Bet. Let's do it. So then I said, hold on. Now I'm familiar with the IRS regulations. I'm familiar with the law, and I'm familiar with how the courts look at these type of transactions. So I noticed that, hold on, I got to pay $50,000 back. They only paid 7 to 8 for it. The rest of the 41,000, where's that going? And then I realized, and then I read it. Okay, so if I got 50,000 people that's making their monthly payments and I sold them at a discount, then that means if I got 50,000 payments going into one pool, then that means investors. Look, here's y'all interest. Remember? Y'all gonna get 50. Your one contract example. You're gonna get 50,000 back on this. Okay, well, here go that. Okay, where this go here? All right, we didn't make sure if they don't pay that they'll still get paid. All right, so we're gonna take interest here. All right, interest from here, we're gonna put it here. All right, that's the reserve account. So we gotta make sure the investors still get paid. All right, we take this here, insurance on the back end. Hey, Mike, credit default swap. In case they default, we are able to get cashed out and then they'll get paid. So they set up all these mechanisms to make sure that the investors still get paid regardless. But here's the thing. I stepped outside of looking at this whole thing like it's just my singular one contract that they are focused on. In any trust, in any SPV, there can be a transfer of well over $200 250,000 contracts. So if they receive $500 million in financing, but they're pledging 625 million in contracts, that extra 125 million is where I'm focused on. I'm focused right there because now I have a starting point.
You're rocking with the best.
Now, when we talk about securitization, we don't have to just throw it out there and hope it sticks to the wall. Now, we transcend the argument that just because our contracts were securitized, that means we don't have to pay. Because contract law, regardless of what's going on behind the scenes, if you agree to pay, you signed a contract to pay, and you cannot provide a legal basis why the judge should look beyond the form of the contract, then most likely you're going to get stuck with the debt. And this when I realized the biggest trick that they want everybody to do is argue based on the contract. Argue, keep your arguments solely on the contract. Keep your arguments solely on the contract. Keep your argument solely here. Don't argue here. Don't argue here. We want y'all to argue here. Because when you argue here, we know that you're never, ever, ever going to understand what's going on right here. So we're good. These are y'all arguments. Argue the contract. So then I realized, oh, duh. After 6 months of studying the highly advanced technical terms that they give to these instruments, and this is how technical it gets. You may start off as an installment contract, but as it flows through the securitization process, it's going to take on like 4 or 5 different names. And that's how they book it. So most people will be looking for my auto loan contract or my auto loan contract.
You're rocking with the best.
Or my mortgage with my name on it. Like go to Edgar and find your property, something with my name that's saying it, and they never word it that way. If you would never know unless you understand the highly technical terms that they're assigning to these instruments, because that's the only way you'll be able to track it and follow it. The sad thing about social media is a lot of these teachers don't even know these terms exist. So once I matched up all the different roles and the players and all the different functions and all the rules to the game at each stage, and that's another thing, each stage of the game has its own set of rules. So once I was able to break every rule and line it all up, have my chart together, that's when I realized, oh my God, this is how they, matter of fact, what an elaborate scheme. Hey, I got to tip my hat off to him. Oh my gosh. The odds of the everyday person just figuring that out is slim to none. But then I understood. I said, hold on. Let's go back to that rewind. Hold on 1 second. Let's go back.
Bring that one back from the top.
How much did they say they were selling this contract for? $8,000. Hold on. I remember. How much does it really cost to change hands? That's the basis. I remember the IRS saying something about that. The basis. And that's when it realized this is why they want you so much stuck on the contract. Because what you really owe on the contract is not what they really say you owe on the books.
You're rocking with the best.
What you owe on the contract is not what they really say you owe on the books. Not me saying that what you owe on the contract is not what you really owe on the books. Not me saying it. It's what they're saying. So if I only owe what they say I owe on the books, and y'all, I'm sorry, I gotta filter my own words, y'all. They will go back, watch this stream, and dissect my every word, and then run back to their students trying to act like they just came up with it out the blue. Caught another one doing that. And that's dangerous because when you just piggyback off talking points and you ain't really do the work, the understanding in to put to have a 225-page full complaint all typed by hand, then you're still back at square one when the judicial light gets up on it. Because you can't just say it. You got to break it down and show them that you understand what it means, not what it says. So when I found out, okay, so if my contract says I owe 50,000, but by their own books, they're only expecting to get 7. But it says that they loaned me 25,000 back, 25,000 to get the vehicle. Or 500,000. It's the same principle. We could run it all situations. 25,000. They say they loaned me. I got to pay 50 back. Mortgage. They loan me 500,000. I got to pay 800,000 back. Credit card. I get a line of credit at 10,000. They only expecting to get 2,000 back off it. Same thing. Student loans, same thing. Because it's a term on the accountant. It's a term that they use to determine exactly what is the actual value of this contract. It's a term that they use. Once again, I have to be careful with my words. And it's not for my students or the ones who's really trying to learn. It's not them. Because we go over this in grave detail in my Supreme Elite Team group. In grave detail. It's the ones, y'all know, who want to. So basically, what it boils down to, and this is important because it opens the door to all these other claims that you can make, and which some people make, but they don't have that underlying nucleus that can tie in to their other claims. So once I understood that what they say you owe on the contract is never really actually what they expect to get. And what they expect to collect is what it really actually costs. And since they've already received that amount for their financing, now it makes sense why every time I make a payment, $500, 380 is going towards interest, 127 or whatever, the remaining balance is going towards the principal. It makes sense now because on their actual balance sheet, the amounts that I really owe, it's already been satisfied.
You're rocking with the best.
Because if it wasn't, whatever I owe on the contract will be booked the same way on their books. And I'm speaking in general terms when I say books and account. And I know I talk about how other content creators just say ledger, books. But the difference between me and them is I can actually show you line by line on the highly technical balance sheet of what I'm saying. Once my channel gets back up and running, I have my members only videos. I'll get those back and running. I've been doing a lot of videos and shorts lately because I got a lot of catching up and things to do. But I come to realize that this doesn't have to be hard. We just gotta know what's going on. No, it don't have to be hard. And they've already accounted for these things in a manner in which they actually made it easy for us. And I understand easy is a nuanced term because they layer it so much to make it difficult, because when you break through the firewall, there's really nothing they can say. So then you gotta ask yourself, well, why are they charging me all this interest rate? Why is the APR 25.9, 32.7, 26.6, 25 point? Why? It's because it makes sense. 98% of what I'm sorry, my apologies. 100% of what you're paying is not really what you're paying because of a contractual obligation.
You're rocking with the best.
Your contractual obligation goes away as soon as you signed it. You're still obligated. And this is why it's so frustrating when I still see people holding classes on how to attack the contract. When you come into court bringing claims, contract, you are telling the courts and the other side that you don't understand what's going on for real. Like they know that you don't know. This is why contract. Oh yeah, bring up all the claims. Bring up FDICA. Bring up TILA 24/7. Bring all those up. And the fact, even TILA, and that's what's misleading about the Dodd-Frank and Wall Street Reform Act. They had to play both sides of the fences. They had to give you a little bit more to tell you what's going on, but they still had to protect the overall system because the government ain't got shit for you in your everyday loans. The state ain't got it for you. The secondary market. They went out the secondary market. Nobody will have a home unless you're buying it outright. Nobody will have a vehicle unless you're buying it outright. Nobody will get access to line of credits unless you got some private stuff set up. That is the lifeline of the financial system in America, a $29 trillion a day industry. That's two times more the GDP. This is a different world inside a different world. So I realized the contract, it's not so much of you making claims that the contract is fraudulent or there was lack of disclosures, because the problem is with that TILA, the biggest mistake that people make is that you have to identify what's been disclosed on TILA and what hasn't been disclosed on TILA. I know it sounds very vague, but I just gave you a gem. You have to identify what's been disclosed and what's haven't been disclosed. And this is something I cover extensively in my group. in the webinar I had in August, and the upcoming one. This is something I uncovered extensively. So once I identified, basically in my lawsuit, in my email to credit acceptance, so basically I said, hey, y'all do know, y'all actually, my finance charge actually consists of this, and this, because y'all said it consists of this, and this. However, when I look on the TILA disclosures, when I look on the TILA disclosure, I'm looking here, and the problem that I'm saying is, I'm not even arguing you violated TILA. I'm not even arguing you violated TILA. The violation is evident. What I'm saying is, aside from these other things that you got on the TILA, the disclosure agreement, TILA disclosure, where are these other items at?
You're rocking with the best.
That alone, TILA violation within itself. Yeah, you said, not me, you said this is what we're really paying, but it's not disclosed. No. I'm not talking about what you already disclosed. No. I'm talking about the stuff that you didn't disclose. That's only disclosed internally. And then, you see, Your Honor, this is why they're overcharging me interest, because they're doing this. And Your Honor, this is why the contractual obligation does not match what I really owe, because of this. And Your Honor, as a matter of fact, let me quote directly from them. Loans are not considered to be, for the accounting purposes, the loans are not considered to be loans to consumers. However, they're considered to be loans to the dealer.
You're rocking with the best.
Your Honor, they don't even have me booked that's on the obligation to them. See, now I got all the absolute facts now. So, Your Honor, this is why they're doing what they're doing, because they're securitizing it now. Your Honor, nah. This is why they overcharge me, because they over collateralization over here. They got to do the credit enhancements over here. They got to make sure they get paid over here. They got to make sure this tranche get paid. They got to make sure the warehouse lenders get paid. This is why they're sticking me with their debt. Your Honor, it's not even a loan anymore, because the facts and circumstances shows that this took on a totally different meaning. And all I'm saying is, Your Honor, is I may be paying the wrong person the whole time, but they're representing themselves as I owe them. In their own words, I don't owe them. Now you can see where when these people jump out there talking about fraud and all that, now that you can see how when you say fraud, which automatically subjects you to a heightened pleading standard, now you can see when they say fraud, now you can see why my lawsuit wasn't thrown out. My federal lawsuit against credit acceptance wasn't thrown out, and I used the word fraud. And 98% of people get cases thrown out because they can't pass the standards. Because not only did I prove the fraud, who, what, when, where, and why, I actually painted a picture to the courts as to this is why they're really doing it. This is how their operations work. So when I sent the letter to credit, the email to credit acceptance, when I sent the email to credit acceptance, and I was looking over that email and the documents I sent to them again, I realized something that I'm not going to say I didn't peep, because obviously I wrote it, but I did not realize at the time the significance of what I stated. The significance of what I stated. I did not realize how significant that was. And not just me, I realized something else. And this is not the first time, because we had another situation. And where our group members hit on the same thing.
So we had two student loans, and not just the student loans and the insurance
Turn the heat off.
regarding the student loans. Two different student loans that I think one was for 20-something thousand, one was for 30-something thousand. Wiped out because of the they let it go. When I mean let it go, so when you have equity, that means this. I owe you, but you owe me. Let me take a piece out of what I owe you because you owe me.
The excess. Okay. That's important there. So when I said, let me take a piece out of what you owe me, why would I say to a finance company, you owe me? Why would I say to a finance company when the age-old long-term understanding is that you got a loan from them?
You're rocking with the best.
The reason being, and this is going to be unveiled extensively in the upcoming class, it wasn't the fact that they owe me per se, or they owe him per se. Well, and me too, in our respective cases. The fact was, what I really owed from an accounting point standpoint was less than what you said I owed on the contract. And since my extra payments I made, the interest payments I made, all the out-of-pocket payments I made accumulated, it's actually more than what you actually say I owe on the books.
And then the rest goes back to you. That is.
We are here. And it boils down to advanced accounting. Listen, I've been putting these claims in front of the court. I've been putting the claim in front of the court. Dang, get my shit together. I've been putting these claims in front of the court, and there has not been one dismissal yet at the beginning stages. The hardest stage to get through. There's not been one dismissal yet. Not one dismissal yet. And we're not talking the vague, gap principles. Saying gap principles is not enough. Let me give you an illustration. Let me just give you an illustration of what I have to know to be on par with these people. Let me give you an illustration. See that? It says consolidated financial statements, right? This is 586 pages of accounting terms, accounting terminologies. I have to go in and zero it down to the parts of the accounting that directly applies to a auto, mortgage, credit card, student loan debt. That's I go and I find it to make sure I'm interpreting these things correctly. Then I go to professional sources such as College Reviews, William and Mary, ex COO of Morgan Stanley, and the lawyers and the professionals that put out their own publishings. Then I go to the professionals. Once I dissect them, then I go to one of the group members who's a dear friend of mine, and I say, hey, your ex-SEC attorney friend, can you ask him this question? I want to make sure I'm on point with this. I believe, because I always start off this way, I believe that it really goes like this. They get it, they do this, they do this. Now it's the new name this. And now we only really owe this, but they're saying we owe this based on contract law. So in reality, what we owe is this. And since we've already made payments to satisfy this, then technically we've already satisfied the debt in substance. Am I correct or not? And I do this day in and day out.
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, you're going about it standard operating procedures.
So that 545 page, 86 page accounting, standard operating procedures. The numerous of balance sheets that I have to read and accounting terms I have to be familiar with and understand, that's normal standard operating procedure in that world. And why am everything I'm saying and doing is always lined up to what's going on in their world, how they do it, how they account for it. Why am I lining my claims up based on the system that they recognize? Not what I believe, not this over here, not because HJR, not because of that. Why am I why do I don't and go straight for what they do? Want to know why? It's the language they speak, it's the language they know, and it's the language they understand. I can't go to them speaking HJR 192 when they know fair values, allowance for credit losses, pledged assets, receivable. They speak a totally different world. And since all finance companies speak that language, how do I come up with my own terms trying to impose it in that world? I mean, they'll look at me like,
I will slap the shit out of you, boy.
And then I keep fighting and trying to push it to the point that they just come back.
I've been here for almost 17 hours. I don't give a fuck.
Why would I put me or my clients and my students in that position? It makes no economic sense. Remember, I don't care about being right. I don't care about, I told you so. I don't give a shit about it. I don't care about it. I don't care about I care about getting the job done. I don't care. If they started a IXF system and we're doing away with all this, guess what? Y'all, IXF is where we're going. I don't care. Because I will pivot at a drop of a dime. I don't care if I've been studying something for 2 years straight. I will pivot if the system is pivoting. I will pivot if the system is pivoting. If you have not signed up for now, this lawsuit against Credit Acceptance Corporation isn't just about one contract. It's about exposing a nationwide scheme that's been hiding in plain sight. Credit Acceptance structured my agreement
to look like a simple car loan, but behind the scenes, they securitized it, retained control, and charged a 23.99% interest rate, well above Virginia's legal limit. That's not just deceptive, it's unlawful, and they're doing that in every state they operate in. If Virginia steps in this case, could trigger a wave of enforcement against lenders who use dealer advance programs to disguise true lending relationships. And if the federal government follows through, the IRS, CFPB, or SEC, then consumer lenders across the country will be forced to rethink how they structure, report, and enforce their contracts. This lawsuit demands restitution, recharacterization, and accountability, but more than
Muted. Now, changing the way the system works, changing the way they account for these things. I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to save me and mine. You jump on the wagon, hey, you may get off at the next stop and you may get where you need to go. But what I'm telling you is this: most people are going to ignore this. It's going to go over their heads. They're going to look for an easier way. They're still going to try to send something on the bill because it's quick and easy. But I'm telling you, if you don't know what I'm going to unveil, this latest edition, it's not new to me. It's going to be new to y'all because I've already known this. I've been known this. I talk about this in my Supreme Elite team every night. But I'm telling you, if you don't know it, you're going to be wasting your time because every single one of them follows these metrics. I don't care what your company is. I don't care if you got a mortgage. I don't care if you got an auto. I don't care if you got a credit card. I don't care if you got a student loan. I don't care what you have. If you don't know that little teeny, eensy, weensy accounting trick that proves it all, they're going to know you don't know, and then they're going to steamroll right over top of you, just like they have done countless and countless and countless of individuals.
Go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedure." He said, "Whoever you got to doing this," he says, "he must be on his game." He said, because he said most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
You're rocking with the best.
I'm telling you, it is their best hidden secret. Any contract, if it was securitized, I guarantee you, when I check their accountant, it's all going to be, I've checked hundreds of them. Whatever you owe on the contract is not even what they saying that you owe on the accounting. The accounting controls, not the contract. They got everybody. Contract law, trust law, contract law, trust law, contract law, trust law, contract law, trust law. While the finance companies and the high power accountants like, yeah, you wish. Yeah. I wasn't supposed to figure that out. Trust me. I figured it out on an accident. I wasn't even looking for it. I was looking for something totally different. And it all started. I was looking for a totally different section. And I saw it and said, hold on. I was scrolling for something else. And you know, when you scroll on your phone, you go to scroll and then it goes and it stops. It literally stopped right there. And I was about to scroll up, but I just said, let me just, because I normally don't apply. But I said, hold on. Hold on. Let me finish reading the sentence. I said, hold on. I ain't never been back down to what I was looking for since. I ain't been back down to what I was looking for since. I'm telling you, if you don't understand the accounting tricks beyond the vague gap principles or ledgers or your Accounting for Dummies book, if you don't understand what's going on beyond the vague, I'm going to tell you, they are going to steamroll right over you. Your qualified written debt, qualified QWRs, your debt validation letters, they're going to answer in a manner where they're never going to give you what you really need. They're never going to give you what you want. And I'm telling you this, what I'm talking about, even administratively, even if you're not that savvy enough to step into the court, because I'm going to be honest with you, stepping into the court is a totally different ball game within its own ball game. You got to learn a totally different set of rules, learn a totally different set of procedures, learn a totally different set of wordings, different set of pleadings, how to style it, what to say, what not to say, the font, the indent, the letters, the formats, the time rule. It's a totally different game. So I'm saying, even if you're not that savvy yet to step into the court and get it down pat, even if you're not, right, at least with this document I'm unveiling, because I've been working on this document for 120 days, read over 1,000 pages of literature before I even started putting it together. At least this document, it's going to be authoritative, it's going to be powerful, and it's going to position them in the box where they can't respond with BS. They can't say it's not true because we're taking it right from their own words, but it puts them in a position that either they're going to have to do something about it, or they can remain silent, which is what I love. I'm cool with that, because not only with the administrative, see, here's the thing about administrative claims. If you look at my situation with credit acceptance, and if you look at what has transpired before I even filed the lawsuit, I didn't file the lawsuit till August 25th. I sent them the email a week before, August 18th. But if you look at what they did, they took me off auto pay. I didn't ask them to do it. They put the payment remaining balance as NA. They haven't reported to the credit bureau since July. They stopped all enforcement and collections. They have not sent a balance due notice or you're severely past due. They haven't done anything to collect. Nothing. Just went straight cold turkey. Now ask yourself, isn't that a lot of outcomes that most people seek when they start doing the processes? Isn't that the outcome that they want? But just look at what I'm saying. That literally happened to me. Ongoing now. Haven't made a payment since July 1st. But the difference is they didn't come take my vehicle. They haven't sent me a notice saying past due. As a matter of fact, They did the opposite. They stopped collecting. They took me off auto pay. They payment NA. And those who got credit acceptance know what I'm talking about. So that was just an email and attached documents. But just can imagine what was in that email. What was in those documents? What did I tell them about the accounting that got them to hold fast? Because credit acceptance is notorious for collecting. You become 2 months late, they coming. Midnight, 2, 3 in the morning. Y'all know the stories. So what I'm telling you is, and I wasn't even looking for that to be the response. I was just letting them know, y'all, this is what's coming. So just think about it. If all these finance companies are using the same metrics in securitized transactions, just imagine how much powerful that document will be just to start off and send to them. Just to send to them like, yo, this is what's going on. We know what's going on. You said it's going on. This is where we're going to take it. And if we take you to court, numerous courts have held this. And that's what I hit them with. Oh, by the way, numerous of courts have held this. By the way, in a legal setting, we'll be able to prove this. See blank and blank verse this bank. See this is this verse this. See in reference this. And you got authoritative behind it. Oh, by the way, the IRS says that they treat these transactions like this when this happens. And the way they treat these transactions are the same claims we're making in this letter.
You're rocking with the best.
So I went back over those documents and the emails that I sent credit acceptance, and I said, oh shit. Then I went back and no wonder why they did what they did. That's what it was. And so for all you asking, well, did you do it? Well, yeah. And that wasn't even the intended outcome I was looking for. I wasn't even looking for them to say, oh, you ain't. I wasn't looking for them to take me off auto pay. As a matter of fact, I forgot about auto pay. And as a matter of fact, I only called because I was like, I can't get into my account anymore. And I needed to show my payment history. And they just act like the loan don't even exist. And not only that, let's see what the lawyer actually had to say. Let's see, because remember, I'm going to show the I'm going to show you the June 24th letter. I'm going to show you the June 24th letter, right? Go ahead and pull it up. I'm going to show you the June 24th letter of 2024, right? I'm going to show you that letter. And then I'm going to show you the one they sent in September of this year. Now, the June 2024 letter, it was still authoritative, but you know, credit acceptance has a to protect. They're very stingy. I'm just trying to pull up the June 2024 letter. I got the first one already queued up, but they're very stingy, and in their mind, they felt that they can defend against what I was saying. Now, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. When they responded in June of last year, and a lot of people say, oh, yo, that letter was fire. They just playing games. They playing games. That letter was fire. They was like, even the professor was like, nah, that was a perfect letter. It was good. But you know what I told myself? I told myself it wasn't good enough. Nah, you did. No, it wasn't good enough. And that's what I told myself. The letter was not good enough. Hold on, y'all. I'm still trying to I'm just pulling up the evidence so y'all can see. I told myself it wasn't good enough because I wasn't looking for them. I wasn't looking for them to say, "Oh, you don't owe anymore." I wasn't looking for that because I don't ever look for those type of letters. Here we go. I don't look for those type of responses because it's when you're dealing with autos and mortgages, you got to expect some level of, like, you got to expect some legal warfare in between. I just don't see them $40,000-$50,000 car, you don't got to pay anymore, or $800,000 home, oh, you don't got to pay anymore. I wasn't really expecting that. All right, so let me pull up the first one while that one loads up. Now, if you look here, if you look there, you might have to pull your screen up. That is July 2025 this year. That's credit acceptance. Remember I told you the last payment I made was July? If you look there, July, August, September, October, November, December, you see, that stops. And after the series of emails that I sent them, or in response to the actual, in their response, legal counsel reached out, their lawyer. Remember, credit acceptance took those actions. I still filed the lawsuit. I wasn't done with them just doing that. Nah, we going to the box, because I called them and said, hey, some serious violations here. I'm going to be able to prove it, and you're not going to be able to get around it. I give you $10,000 for the remaining balance, and we walk away. They laughed me out over the phone. $10,000, motherfucker. This shit say $41,115. I said I will give you $10,000 and just walk away now. Credit acceptance. And I didn't explain to them what I had on them, so it sounded, what? I'm telling you now, just walk away. Take the 10 and walk away. I'll mail it to you in the cashier's check. Take it and walk away. No, you laughed me out over the phone. Okay. All right. I'll see you later. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for reaching out with us to your concerns. Now, I wish I would have. Why is it not adding up? It appears as of August 25th, you filed but not yet served the suit against credit acceptance in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. While we work to provide, look at this here. While we work diligently to provide thorough investigations and timely responses due to the pending litigation, and to ensure that the parties' positions remain consistent, we respectfully decline to discuss any further details related to the concerns that you raised in your letters. That was the response I'm looking for. That normally you're wrong, or they'll respond with a debt validation letter. Hey, the creditor owes this. It looks like you signed the contract here. Your remaining balance as of this date is this. That is knowing accounting.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
That is accounting. Now, I don't know why it's not pulling up, but I'm going to read it off to you. I don't know why it's not pulling up. Now, this is the letter last year. This is the letter they sent last year. Dear Lamont A. Thomas, we have investigated, as you can see, credit acceptance letter. We have investigated your questions, and I'm happy to share our findings. We have reviewed the allegations in your letter regarding to the various statutes you reference and determined that they are inapplicable. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC, the dealership, that was assigned to credit acceptance. To be clear, you signed the contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan. And it's funny that they said this because this was the same thing I used against them in my lawsuit, basically saying exactly, I don't have an open-ended credit plan, so this applies to me. But we'll put it on the big screen for everybody. We'll put it on the big screen. Sheesh. As you'll see in the section titled Truth of Lender Disclosures, you financed 22,728 at 23.99% interest. This interest rate is lawful in your state. And by signing the attached credit acceptance corporation disclosure firm, you confirmed that you had an opportunity to negotiate the APR with the dealership before signing the contract. But why would there need to be a negotiation if the 23.99% is lawful in my state? Why would you immediately contradict yourself and say you had a chance to negotiate? It's only 11% more than what the state allows, but we're not going to talk about that. In your letter, you asked us to complete and return a 1099 OID. Yes, interest income earned is taxable back to you. You want me to tell you what the IRS says? Let's see what they respond. Now, normally, I've seen people reference OIDs in their letters to the company. It sounds like a sovereign citizen scam. Actually, I got a copy of the letter response that someone got back from 2022 from your boy across the street over there, out there, way up there in Midwest somewhere, where he did some documents for, and the lawyer responded back like, there's some sovereign citizen stuff, but we ain't gonna talk about that either. Please rest assured that we do not need to complete this form in order for you to meet your obligations. What is it? Under the contract. Yeah, they want you to stay there. They want you to stay there. I also see that you enclose documents that you believe entitle you to be released from your contract. For the avoidance of any doubt, your account remains open and your contractual obligation to make payments is not discharged. If you like to discuss payment arrangements, please call. So, took that on the chin. While everybody was saying, nah, that was good, I was saying to myself, nah, it wasn't good. Nah. Fast forward to July 2025, where they sent this September 8th. Thank you for reaching out with us with your concern. It appears that August 25th, 2025, you filed but not yet served a suit against credit acceptance in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. While we work diligently to provide thorough investigations and timely responses due to the pending litigation and to ensure that the parties' positions remain consistent, we respectfully decline to discuss any further details related to the concerns that you raise in your letters. The same concerns I raised in the June 2024 one, but I just doubled down and tightened them up. No major difference in the concerns I raised. I just doubled down and went deeper into the accounting.
As a commitment to customer service, This call may be monitored or recorded. If you are a dealer or a
So
financial
we are
institution, please
out
press 1.
of court.
We have
The
automatically
lawsuit
found your
has been
account. To
filed.
verify your identity, please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number. Thank you. Your identity has now been verified. All representatives are still busy. Please hold while your call is being transferred to the next available representative.
Credit acceptance compliance team, this is Caprice. I may help you.
Yes, I'm calling about GLE 350. I informed credit acceptance of the pending lawsuit that I actually have what on my way to file now. So I don't want to talk about anything legal. I just want to see what the remaining balance, because I was actually trying to print off the payment history, as far as my attachments for, for the judge to see. And I'm not able to print off my payment history or the payments I made. And I was also trying to get the remaining balance feature for the print off as well. But I'm unable to see the remaining balance. It says NA. So those are the only questions I have. Just the remaining balance in NA status, the payoff history, payment information unavailable. So I'm just trying to see if what's the reason behind that, because I did send a detailed email to operations, and it seems like since Saturday I'm being routed to compliance and not just speaking to the regular representative, which is okay. So those it. You could provide it for me, that'd
Okay.
be good.
So who am I speaking with?
Lamont Thomas.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, just for security on the account,
Yeah.
can I have your date of birth and the zip code we have on file? All right. Is that
Yes.
still the best number, or do you want to update that?
No, that's the best number.
All right. Thank you so much for that information. And let's see here. The reason that you're not able to access the information through our customer portal is because of the email that we
Right.
or letter that we
Right.
received from
Right.
you.
Right.
That was actually escalated to our compliance team. So whenever we have, an issue where we're
Right.
investigating something, we place everything on hold.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
But what I can do is I can actually email you a copy of your payment history if that's what you are
Yeah,
looking
yeah, that's
for.
cool. Yeah, just the payment history. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's cool.
Okay. Give me just one moment here. Let
All
me
right.
get that up here.
Okay, I'm almost wasted, and my drip is on the spaceship. One more sip, yes, I can taste it. Come to my exact location. I'm so tired of my probation, doing time for.
You're rocking with the best.
August, September, October, November, December. And I still haven't served them yet. I got 90 days to serve them. I got till January to serve them. Why serve them right now? I could serve them on January 15th or the 14th. I could just make them sweat. They ain't gonna do shit. They ain't gonna do shit. What are they gonna say that's not gonna expose them to more risk? What are they gonna say that's not gonna expose them to more risk? Let's just check and see if they updated anything. I'm on the app right now. Payment information unavailable. Let's see if they allow me to make a payment. No monthly payment due. No monthly payment. Only custom payment amount. You know, they got the past due amount, monthly payment. Then they got available was a custom payment. Look, they got that open. Custom payment. Where's the actual, like, monthly balance? See more details. Let's see. It's 2:11 p.m. It's 2:11 p.m. Yeah, it's about 2:11 p.m. Request a payoff quote. Nothing. Your quote is not available online. It's been like this since August 18th. Nothing. No letter. Payment due notice. They did send one August 15th, 3 days before I sent the email. Okay. Let me turn the camera down. Where's September? Where's October? Where's November? Let's see. See what else we can find. You got a copy of the contract. That's helpful. So when I look at page 2 of the TILA disclosure, the first thing I'm looking for when I do my audit for my clients, the first thing I'm looking for is, as a matter of fact, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up for y'all. Let me pull it up. Let's pull it up. How about we do that? Let's pull it up. Damn, my bad. Let's pull it up. Before we do that, I think that's all I need to block out. I think that's all I need to block out. Yeah, that's about it. Let's pull it up. Now let's share this to the MacBook. MacBook shared. All right. Let's see what we have going on. Let's see what we have going on. Will they, do y'all think the contract will pull up on the MacBook? The whole thing? Because I just downloaded, but I don't know why it doesn't come to it like the last thing. I just downloaded it. Contract details. Come on, man. I know this what y'all want. I know this y'all want to see. I'm trying to bring it to you. I'm literally trying to bring it to you. I literally just, let's see. Where is it shared at? Oh, let me go down here. Where's it shared at? Oh, it's in downloads. All right, we'll do it like this. I'll just share my whole screen. That'll make it easier. I'll just share my whole screen. Share screen. Share entire screen. How about we just do that? And just go here. All right. So this part right here is the part that always it's the number one part that I don't have to look far. I don't have to look far to know that when I see stuff like this, 23.99, or when I see this and I see this whole right here, 9 times out of 10, when I see the over collateralization, when I see interest rates through the roof, number one thing that comes to mind to me is securitization. Shows 2,700 down. But the number one part right here is always the biggest indicator. It is, oh shit, I'm sorry. I done messed up, didn't I? This is the biggest indicator. And I start looking. So we look at the cash price, $20,295. Sales tax, $942.71. Down payment, $2,700. Okay. So let's do some math calculations. So when I 18,537.71 plus 2,700, I get $21,237.71. Now let's add in the $942.71. I get $22,180.42. Now, if we go up here, it says $22,728.42. So just at this stage, minus, let me see, 22, 7, what did I say, 748? 728.46. All right, 728.46. There's a difference between $548.04 just by looking at what spends on 18,000 plus the 2,700 plus that. But the cash price of the vehicle is $20,295. So we got a difference already of $548.04 that they probably slid up in there somewhere. Insignificant. So let's go right here. So let's start over. So the unpaid balance of cash is $18,537.71. Now let's start adding up. Start adding up. 18,537.71. 18,537.71. Let's start adding up the service contract, $2,233. Let's add up the cost to pay to public officials, $40.75. Let's add the seller processing fee. Oh, wow. Their processing fee, $995. What is that? Gap? Let's add it up. $887. Electronic filing fee. Oh, that's incidental to the extension of credit. $10. Business tax, oh, that's very incidental to the lending of credit. So we come up to $22,728.46, which is down at the bottom. Okay. Now, I'm going to add up from A. I'm going to add up from A just from here to here. That's what I'm going to add up. Because I start, so 2,233. Oops, excuse me. 2,233 plus $40.75 plus $9.95 plus $8.87 plus $10 plus $25 comes up to $4,190.75, which is right there. Box 5. I don't know if y'all can see it. $4,190. Let me see if I can zoom in. How about I do this? Okay, yeah, that's better. So this is at the hallmark of every contract. So we add up 22,728.46 minus $4,190.75. You have the difference of $18,537.71, which goes back to the original, more than the finance charge. You see that? The finance charge says $18,386.90. So let's subtract that from the actual amounts we just did. So there's $168 that's off right there. It shows what the finance charge is, which is $18,386.90, which is $168.81 less than what I really will be paying. And the price, $22,728.46 minus sections A through I, there's a difference of $18,537.71 that they expect me to pay. But where is the breakdown of the extra $18,000? It's only $4,190.75 is broke down. Where's the rest? Isn't the finance charges supposed to be broken down, itemized, each line? This $4,190, that's all the stuff that the finance company paid to the dealer. Where's the breakdown of the finance charge? But I know what I'm actually paying. I know. And this is the difference between me and a lot of y'all gurus. They can't tell you exactly where the extra $18,537.71 is going. I know exactly where it's going. As a matter of fact, that was part of my email to them. This is what I'm really paying in the finance charge, but y'all only disclosed this amount on the contract. I know where that $18,000 is going. As a matter of fact, I know where it's going down line by line. See, what they tell you the finance charge is here is not what they really tell others what your finance charge is. This is nothing but one big smoke screen. One big smoke screen. The finance charge, we say 18,000 unaccounted for. So I informed them. They might have forgot. They might have forgot. They might have forgot. And they think that from an accounting standpoint, that it's the trust general ledger. They have no term for that. They actually got terms for them. See, that lets me know that some people just talk and don't know. Now, of course, I am not going to tell you here, oh, what a coinky dink. I actually got the copy of my summary of exhibits. So let's just see. Let's hint at it. So cash flows from investing activities, cash flow from finance activities. Oh, just broke it all down. Defendants blank, as articulated throughout plaintiff's motion, defendant also admits in this exhibit that for accounting purposes, the transaction described under the blank are not considered to be loans to consumers. Instead, our accounting reflects that of a lender to the dealer.
You're rocking with the best.
Y'all, they gotta, as long as they being respectful, not talking crazy, let them rock. Because in case you ain't know, let me remove myself for a second.
You're rocking with the best.
I am your teacher's teacher. Don't ever forget that. And, oh, what do you know? Finance charge. So you mean to tell me, Lamont, you actually know what consists of the finance charge? That's not disclosed on TILA? That extra 18,000 that they didn't tell you actually know what it consists of? Oh, of course. I mean, how else would I get them to, we don't want to talk about it no more. How else? Why? How else? Oh, you thought I came half-stepping? I told you, I broke their whole internal system down. You thought I worked for them. I actually told them how much the vehicle costs, showed them, yo, this is how y'all, I have their internal system. I have their internal system. I have their whole system. When you go to the dealership, you work with credit, I got their whole internal system.
You're rocking with the best.
I can literally show you where it says, all right, this is how much the vehicle is. All right, this is how much we giving to y'all. All right, this is how much y'all gonna charge them for it. All right, this is how much y'all get for it. All right, we getting the contract amount, but the vehicle only really costs this amount. But this is what y'all gonna have to put down for the finance. And this is how y'all override the system to jack up the price. Oh, you thought I didn't let them know that?
You're rocking with the best.
That's just like saying, Lamont, we got you on camera, taking your hand in the register. We got you looking up at the camera with the money in your hand. The defendant's blank shows that plaintiff's vehicle purchase price included undisclosed hidden costs at closing. Although the CFPB dropped their suit against the defendant, their claims remain valid as their searches against the defendant's business practice were mirrored in plaintiff's allegations made in this lawsuit. Plaintiff's finance charge over 18,000 embedded in his contract consists of defendant's calculations of their finance charge, which consists of, and I'm gonna stop right there. Looking right at it, broke their whole finance charge down. So, Your Honor, the contract says the finance charge is this, but actually, the finance charge is this. See, when you're connected to people that used to work for the highest levels of this, you kind of, let me just say this, you kind of get privy to certain information or a little whisper, hey, psst, psst, go look there. That the average social media teacher wouldn't have a clue exists. Like, I guarantee you, there's no other teacher on social media that will ever be able to break down what the finance charge actually consists of. Not what they think, what they're really saying it consists of. This is taken right from their own words. So basically, they say, all right, y'all, this is going to be your finance charge. But to them, all right, y'all, this is what the finance charge really is. All I did was, huh? You said what? Oh, it is? Gotcha. It's 5 items right here. So can you imagine what I sent to them in that email? The documents? Can you imagine what I had on them? 1 second.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top of shit, I'ma let her. Come here. With this street code, I abide to the letter. 100, nigga. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hose bar with the shit, nigga.
The new class is coming, and if you join the Supreme Elite team, you'll get privy to the information too after I screen you. But before we move to the next video, I want to show y'all. The next video I want to show y'all is a person that's talking about on YouTube in court the 12 presumptions of law. And we just want to see how that argument will work in court. Remember, you got to rebut them. We want to see what actually happens when you cite the 12 presumptions of law and rebut them under Roman law. Let's just see how it works in a court setting. Let's just see. I mean, I'm in a court setting right now. I posted orders for my clients and me. And has anyone seen a dismissal? Thomas, Heritage, have you seen the dismissal of my lawsuit? I mean, I've seen every order that's came out in the case. Was there a dismissal for failure to state a claim? I don't know what one looks like. But let's see. How let's just see how it works out. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I might not be able to find it on my timeline because it's been a a little while since I saw it, but I do want to actually, I mean, I think it'd be something for us to explore because you know, you got to rebut the presumptions, but it may be further down on my timeline, which is okay, but we're going to get into another one. If I find it in my timeline, you best believe that we're going to talk about it because I believe it's something to talk about. All right. So before I do that, I just want to let y'all know we got court cases coming up. We got lawsuits to file. Lawsuits we're responding to. Lawsuits we're responding to, and we're going to remain vigilant. We're going to remain dedicated. We're going to remain. Now, let's get to it. Let's see it.
Consumed more than his fair share of sovereign citizen word salad and lived to tell the tale. We're going to be bypassing the slow, dull administrative chatter right at the start. His first two appearances were plagued by terrible audio quality and technical meltdowns, so we're skipping straight ahead to the moment the action truly begins. Get ready for some high-level delusion and low-level.
Now, when I said the Supreme Court, here's the thing. When people come and argue and say that you have a right to travel, and they say the Supreme Court said, you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for, hey, I got pulled over for driving without a license. I received a ticket. I went to court. I was held responsible, got put on probation. I appealed to the higher court. They denied. I appealed to the state Supreme Court. They denied. I petitioned for a writ of certiorari with the U.S. Supreme Court. They granted it. And in the end, they ruled in my favor, explicitly stating that the requirements to have a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle violates the constitutional right to travel. Citizens are not required to have a driver's license when operating a motor vehicle because it will violate their constitutional right to travel. See, I'm thinking they're going to cite cases like that. But no, you know what you find? 1854, cases before cars were even invented. Marbury versus Madison, that had nothing to do with a vehicle. Shuttlesworth, that had nothing to do with anything driving. It was just a civil rights marching from Birmingham, Alabama, and the police were trying to restrict them. They have a right to travel, but their mode of transportation was their feet, not a vehicle. I've yet to see anyone debunk my assumption that you need a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle situated in any of the 50 states of the United States of America. And if their arguments that you don't need a driver's license were true, the Supreme Court would have been struck down the requirement to have a driver's license that's unconstitutional, thus meaning, based on that Supreme Court decisions, DMVs would have been extinguished. But the mere fact that you see a DMV every day and people going to the DMV every day shows you that you need a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle. And it doesn't mean that the Supreme Court only works for people who knows the rules or who don't know the law, because anytime the Supreme Court makes a law or order or opinion or ruling that invalidates a rule or regulation, that agency immediately ceases operations. Based on the recent Supreme Court decision in this, we no longer do this. So the absent of all those, no one has still debunked me on this argument.
Legal arguments.
Then go back in there and bring them out. I'm trying.
I prompted him out. Okay, let me try again.
All right. All right, Mr. Lynch, giving you an opportunity to speak to counsel. It's I'm trying to understand. You want to contest these matters?
I had to go back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I had to go back in because I didn't get no prompt. I had to go back in to join in through 36 district court.
Listen, what we're saying is that we're trying to get you an offer, but it's my understanding after talking with your lawyer that that you don't want to accept anything. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
The thing is, I don't know what court cases is being brought up. The recent ones or the one that I already have a trial for.
I think all of the cases that are on the docket, everything that's on the docket, that you already had all this stuff set for trial. And what we did probably, okay, I see.
I sent some paperwork in, but some of those cases I got kicked out of Zoom. I send in the pictures through that document website, and I don't know, and I send paperwork to the law department for a FOIA for the court cases.
Okay, what documents did you send in?
It was the case where I had got kicked out of Zoom, and I sent in the pictures where I got kicked out of Zoom. I think that was the January of this year case. And they was like, if I sent in the pictures showing that I was kicked out of the room because I thought the case was dismissed, and I got kicked out.
Why do they think that court is nothing more? You go to court, you file your documents that nowhere near meets the court rules or standards, and then sit back and just wait on one big dismissal. Like, why do people actually think that's how court works?
Okay, so what do you have any documents that relates to your driver's license?
Now we're getting into it. I just want to find someone with a court case that invalidates it, because of all these years and there's still not a court case that invalidates it, and Supreme Court refused to take any cases where people are challenging the requirement for a driver's license. That should tell you something. They don't even take those cases. It's a waste of their time. I mean, they only take about 20 cases a year, so they don't even waste time on it.
Insurance or registration.
Like told the lady, the one I meet him, the judge, the person that I talked to on the last court case said we don't have no problems with you, and I said I'm going through the process of doing my documents to take care of Dearborn, because Dearborn the one that got him out. They didn't honor none of my paperwork.
Could it be because this paperwork, this supposed bedrock of his defense, is completely littered with legal-sounding but ultimately nonsensical ramblings? It seems the Dearborn courts had the same experience, outright rejecting his filings, a pattern we see all too often in these types of cases. This isn't a legal argument. It's a confusing collection of word salad citations strung together into a delusional legal fiction.
So you mean to tell me that when they filed their response, after they put a claim on you, that the judge just throws their case out? Like, they don't order a pretrial? Like, just imagine they filing a complaint against you, showing the contract, showing that you signed it, showing that on the face of the contract you owe a debt, and you respond, and you're ordered to respond, and after your response, the judge still doesn't issue a judgment, and they got all the evidence that you owe on the debt, and they still don't issue the judgment.
You're rocking with the best.
I am your teacher's teacher. The sooner social media realizes that, the sooner we all are going to start to thrive as a whole. But acting like I'm not your teacher's teacher, it's just absurd. I'm the equivalent of Roman Reigns being our tribal chief. You know, Roman Reigns, that's our tribal chief. I acknowledge my tribal chief. I'm your teacher's teacher.
When you present documents that ignore basic statutes and court procedure.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything because Dearborn the one that got me hemmed up. I can't even get no insurance without no license.
Okay, so
Duh. You're right. Hey, babe, when we got our insurance, did we need a driver's license? We had to show our license, right? Yeah, when we got our car insurance, then we have to have a driver's license, a valid one. You don't know if we needed a valid driver's license in order to get a car insurance? So you don't remember us needing a driver's license?
Well, so what we're trying to do, every case that you have down here in Detroit, we call into the record. And we have two officers, the other cases are gonna be dismissed, but we have two officers here that are here. And what we're trying to do is either make a resolution now and we'll present you with an offer. And if you don't like the offer, you can just go to trial. Today is the date time. Today is the date time set for trial. So are you willing to entertain an offer to resolve the cases, or do you want a trial on all the cases?
I mean, which did you just say some of them are gonna get dismissed? I only have two. I know the one that I recently got, everything is for the same.
Are set for trial right now.
So nobody received my paperwork, my traveling paperwork.
What is the paperwork gonna sell us?
Basically, I don't need no driver license, et cetera, et cetera.
You and 5,000 other people have all come into court and said the same thing. Have not seen one of y'all win.
Well,
that's no proof of insurance. And my car was towed legally.
Listen,
those two
I
times.
absolutely hate to state the blindingly obvious, but let's compare the burdens here for a second. Tangible, negative consequences.
Anything like that.
I'll send the paperwork into the law department, and I wanted the FOIA for the body cam and dash cams. And I haven't heard anything from them.
All right, we can get you that. We can get you that. If there's some of that exists. Corporal Bennett, can you put your appearance record, Corporal Bennett? Hold on, Mr. You know, what I'm trying to do is I don't want you to say anything as it relates to the traffic stops right now. Because documentation, because
well, what's the email so I can send it to you?
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, my phone not seeing none of that. Only thing I'm seeing on my cell phone now. If I was on my desktop, remember last time I had issues with my desktop, so I'm on the cell phone and I don't see no chat or anything.
Well, you should be able to hit the button down there and it should
okay,
pop
let me
up.
see, can I see something? Cause all I see a whole bunch of squares with everybody's face.
You gotta come out of that screen.
Huh? I'm up the creek like in Dearborn, so that's why I'm trying to study how to write the court cases all the way to the Supreme Court. So I'm doing that right.
All right. Well,
Dearborn is the reason why my license is suspended.
I really want to see what you're talking about, Supreme Court, because I've never seen a Supreme Court case. Wait a minute. Let me finish. I've never seen a Supreme Court case that says that you don't have to have a license or insurance. Because I've never seen a Supreme Court case. Wait a minute, let me finish. I've never seen a Supreme Court case that says that you don't have to have a license or insurance.
You're rocking with the best.
Or registration. Now I'll tell you this. I'll admit, I haven't seen all the Supreme.
I see his face. Judge trolling him right now. You see his face.
Court cases, but I have never seen that, and I've seen a thousand people come in here saying that. Well, not 1,000, but a whole lot. And, and I've never seen it work.
So When Mr. Bennett Officer Bennett pulled me over, he was like, no, I ain't. He said, no, I ain't going for that sovereignty stuff. I said, I don't know what that is. I'm talking.
Hallmark of a sovereign citizen: denying that you are a sovereign citizen. Regardless if the paperwork looks the same, regardless if they move the process from a 1099 OID to a 1099B, regardless if they take certain words out, all the documents still have the hallmarks of people who actually admitted to being sovereign citizens. One of the biggest ways to know that you're in the presence of a sovereign citizen, call them a sovereign citizen, and this is going to be one of their responses. What's that? You can't be sovereign and a citizen at the same time. That's an oxymoron. That's illegal. If you are not being classified as a sovereign citizen, it's not based on what you say. It's based on the presentment of your documents. It's going to be a person doesn't classify anyone as a sovereign citizen just for saying it. They either did one of the buzzwords, say one of the buzzwords. Documents look that way. Let me clarify. So in order for you to be called a sovereign citizen, it is based on something you said or your documents. It has nothing to do with just profiling.
Talking Constitution Supreme Court ruling.
That's another thing. They always say this is constitutional law. I forgot. That's another thing. This is constitutional law.
And they told my car 36, what was it? I didn't get that part.
After 36 is districtcourt.org.
Okay, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna get it online and send it. I'm
gonna be anxiously awaiting that. All right.
All right. I'm gonna send the law department thing too.
I'll be anxiously waiting all of that, and I'll pass the matter. It looks like Corporal Bennett is gonna be anxiously awaiting. It's gonna look like Officer Dunn is gonna be anxiously awaiting. Prosecutor Mason is gonna be anxiously awaiting, and I'm sure Ms. Soroki is gonna be, and everybody else in the room. This could be some groundbreaking stuff right here.
Every single time he recounts his car being towed, you can just tell it's not going to happen.
Have you read everything that you're about to send me?
No. This is all they do, Your Honor. Let me show you what they do. I'm about to show you what they do. Right to travel cases for court. Here you go. There you go. Here you go. And that's what we do. Which cases? This is all they do. Carter versus Nevada. What's another one? Scott versus Stanford. Shapiro versus Thompson. Sears versus Rowe. Zobel versus Williams. Or right there. There you go. And all they do is come down here and bam. And they find cases. And then they go back to court acting like they read the cases, read the context of the course, made sure the elements of the case lined up with their own case to make sure it's identical. No, they don't ever do research. Now, ask yourself a question. If they don't even take the time out to read those cases in its entirety to make sure the elements match the elements of their situation, if they don't even take the time to do that, do you think they could actually by hand put together a full 225-page complaint with the original complaint, 90 pages, and the rest exhibits and attachments and documents? clarifying everything that you're saying in the complaint. And then when it gets time to court, you only argue about 4 or 5 points out of the whole 90 pages. So you may only be, I only may be arguing about 6 or 7 pages worth of it. The answer is no.
Yes.
No, I bet you haven't.
No,
I bet he haven't either.
the affidavit, yeah.
Do you notice how they all get gang goofy when they ask him, hey, have you read that statute? Have you read this? You know how they get all gang goofy?
This case stuff you're about to send me.
Yes, it's only 2 attachments. I got to get the right one because the first email was the wrong stuff.
Are we on the record? Let's go back on the record with Lynch while he's sending that. Let's go back on the record with Lynch. While he's sending that, I'm going to say this. I hope you've read everything that you sent me, and because you're filing these documentations with the court, and you're suggesting that these documentations with the court are saying having to have a license and insurance and registration, I believe, or all 3 of the above, or at least one of them. Wait a minute. Let me finish making my record.
Okay.
You're suggesting that the Supreme Court says you need to have either none of those documents, or at least you don't have to have one of those documents. So all I'm saying is I hope that you are actually have read and gone over what you're sending the court, because as I said earlier, I've never seen anything that supports what you're saying.
In Supreme Elite Team, this is why I say what I say every day in group. This is why I say what I say in group. It's not enough to just gloss over it. It's not enough. Context and understanding. Okay? We're not like the rest of them out here. That just goes with on the fly. We're going to make sure we defend what we send. That's the standard of the Supreme Elite Team group. I don't know about these other groups and these other teachers, but those are my standards.
And I get people in here that submit. I can type in, don't need a driver's license in the search box, and they'll give me a list of cases. And I hope that's not what you've done. Now, this is another document that he sent me. This is the U.S. Supreme Court travel rulings. Motion to set aside default. The case number is SB 15379-421 and SB 155-47541. To whom, dear Judge Sean B. Perkins, and to whom it may concern, the burden of truth is on me, or then it will just be my word against others' words. I, Clyde Darrell Lynch, always traveling, Supreme Court rulings on travel, along with being put in ransom for illegal profit gains against my federal freedoms / liberties and / or etc., as it is proven below, and an unnecessary burden of cash out of my pocket, etc. For what? Question mark. I do not have gold or silver to pay this debt and / or a promissory note. Driver, one employee in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals. I know everybody's looking at me like, what are you saying? Driving, operating in commerce, hire / profit. Mulberry versus Madison.
The same 5 cases. I told y'all, Marbury versus Madison, Shuttlebird, it's the same. How is it that so many people claim they did their research And out of all of court rulings and opinions over the last 100 years, why is it that all of them, why is it that all of them cite the same 4 cases? How is that impossible? I mean, how is that even like your whole argument is down the same 4 or 5 cases, thousands of people? That shows that you did not do no research. You couldn't have done no research.
1803 case. They weren't even cars on the road.
And this is how Supreme Elite Team, this is how they'll look crazy in court. They don't even realize they're making themselves look crazy. They're making themselves look crazy.
All laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. Now, here's what I'm talking about. Here's what the court is talking about right here. I figured he was going to bring this up because all Mr. Lynch did was he went on the Google search and searched, basically, I don't know exactly the terminology, but he put driving, don't need to drive without a license. And all of these same cases come up. And this one case really bothers me because that's why I asked Mr. Lynch, did he read the case? Are you familiar with your Black history, Mr. Lynch?
Okay, is the paper that you're reading is the one that's saying titled Supreme Court ruling and U.S. Constitution?
Yes.
Okay, that's not updated, but the other ones I sent, those are the ones that's relevant. The one that say Law Depot, it's like 6 pages. The last 3 is the affidavit and the FOIA paper. You already seen that for the dash cam, etc. But the Law Depot, the first 3 pages is just the website information telling you how to do it. I actually went to school for criminal justice and private investigator, but I didn't finish because I got kicked out for no necessary reason. I've been fighting that ever since. But I actually went to school for business management and law, but I didn't finish. So
I see.
So technically, but I went to a Morris facility and learned the Constitution and everything. So that's
You went where?
Put all that together. That's what I'm involved in right now.
Well, that certainly connects the dots, doesn't it? The narrative is crystal clear now. He attempted traditional legal studies, was summarily booted, naturally, through no fault of his own, and then tried to pivot to business before abandoning conventional education entirely. The path of least resistance led him straight to the quasi-legal world of the Moorish Temple of Law, where he earned an unaccredited constitutional degree that, tragically, only works in their own minds. This entire sad progression explains why he continues to confidently present this garbage to a real, sitting judge. He's replacing professional expertise with self-taught nonsense from an echo chamber.
So,
okay. So let's just discuss. Let's just take it down. Break it down. What I asked you was, you're providing me documentation to show proof that the Supreme Court says that you don't need a driver's license to drive a vehicle, right?
Your Honor.
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
In court, direct questions, direct answers. There's no room for context in court when you're on cross-examination or you're being asked questions. Your only room for context when it's time for you to make your argument. But normally when a judge or the opposing counsels asks you a question, they already know the answers to the questions that they're asking. Like, that's law school 101. Don't ever ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. One of the biggest evidences of that was the O.J. Simpson trial. You don't ever ask that man to put the gloves on unless you know that they're going to fit. If those gloves don't fit his hands, that's the end of your case. And what did he do? He asked O.J. Simpson to try the gloves on. And due to contamination, O.J. already had gloves on. And as soon as he realized the gloves wasn't going to fit, he went straight into naked gun 33 in the 3 mode. Damn it, I'm trying. You know, why won't these gloves fit? God damn it. You see, OJ? He wasn't touching the glove, but the slither made the whole prosecution look crazy.
Okay, all I want to say, that Supreme Court paper, you can forget about that. That Law Depot paper is what I've been working on, and I'm still trying to figure out how to go through the court cases all the way to the Supreme Court. So I'm studying and learning how to do that, to do this, to take care of Dearborn, because Dearborn is the one that got me in limbo right now.
But what I'm saying is, I don't need to see any Law Depot. I don't see any Law Depot. I asked you a question earlier. I said, I hope that you're bringing these, the stuff that you're, wait a minute. I asked you a question, and I said, I hope that you are, you're sending me these papers and these cases and in support of you not having to drive with a license. And I hope that you've read the cases that you're using in support of what your belief of the law is and the Constitution and stuff. And I get this, and I've done it. You're not the first person that's done it. And the reason why.
No, he's like the 1,554th person, Your Honor. Come on now. You already know this.
I ask you, are you familiar with your the civil rights movement? It's because you have submitted a case, Shuttlesworth versus the city of Birmingham.
Once again, that was Reverend Shuttlesworth. He was leading a march going into Birmingham. I think it was from Mobile. The police and the dogs and the mob back then put a stop. They was impeding their right to peacefully protest. It had nothing to do with a vehicle. So you're going to use a civil rights, those people fighting for the rights and liberties that we enjoy today, and you're going to try to use that case as your argument, as your right to travel. Everybody that uses that case ought to be ashamed of themselves, making a mockery of what our people had to go through just so we can walk wherever we want to walk today. But then you're going to try to use that case as an argument. Are you out of your damn mind?
And you submitted this case in support of you not having to drive with a license. And it's kind of like throwing mud in Reverend Shuttlesworth's case, because Mr. Shuttlesworth, I'm sure he was a reverend. I'm sure that Mr. Shuttlesworth had a valid license and doesn't believe what you're trying to use this case law for. I wish you would have taken time to read what Reverend Shuttlesworth had to go through on this day, on April 12th, 1963, when he's trying to our civil rights.
So much better, like single.
Because I think if you would have read it, you would have seen that most of what you have put in here and all the cases that you have put in here are complete. A Shuttlesworth has nothing to do with what you're talking about. And the other case.
I understand that there's, like I stated, Your Honor, that paper is not updated. That right there, I supposed to took that out.
It doesn't matter if you updated it, transcribed it, transformed it, rejuvenated. It don't matter what you would have put on the paper. You wasn't going to get accomplished what you thought.
The Shuttlesworth and through the Alabama. No, not Alabama.
You didn't even read what you put on the paper. You just typed it off and printed it off because you have the mindset of trying to use a otherwise legitimate process or legitimate arguments to get out of accountability. And this is the thing where I say about 98% of people in these spaces, they don't ever want to go the legitimate route because the only thing they see is getting out of a bill, getting out of accountability, or getting some free check back from the IRS. But when you strip down their ideologies and make them line that shit up against the rules and the regulations, they're going to be like fish out of a water. And this is why they duck the complex accounting. This is why they duck the vigorous research. This is why they duck the true understanding. This is why they duck court, duck the court rules, duck the rules of procedure, duck the rules of evidence, duck the rules of pleading. Want to know why? Because it's too much for them to handle. And we, as a Supreme Elite team, are going to go in the depths of water where 90% of the people are going to stay away from.
You're rocking with the best.
I supposed to have taken that out.
You're supposed to take all this stuff out because none of this stuff has anything to do with what you're talking about. None of it.
You read it.
Actually, some of the cases are directly opposite. And they state that you have to have a valid license.
The judge is giving us a masterclass here in the two classic flaws of the sovereign citizen legal strategy. The citations are either wildly irrelevant, like the Shuttlesworth civil rights case, making them impossible to connect to a traffic violation, or they actually state the precise opposite of the sovereign's core claim.
And that narration is not uncommon. Do you know that? Now think about this, y'all. Just think from a logical standpoint. Do you know a lot of cases that they cite in their defense actually goes against the exact opposite of what they're saying? Literally, the cases will be saying the exact opposite of what they're saying. But they'll take one sentence and make a whole synopsis out of a one sentence of the case without getting the full context. Also, they will literally take cases that's dealing with farming and try to apply it to a driver's license. I don't want to hear shit about the Department of Transportation because the Department of Transportation does not override and impede every state's 10th Amendment right to make rules and regulations to govern the safety and welfare of citizens and residents of each state. It's called the 10th Amendment separation of powers. Each state has its own police powers per the 10th Amendment, unless it was explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. It's reserved to the states or the people. And this is why states can make rules. They can make their own regulations. They have their own statutes. They have their own general assemblies. They have their own everything to govern the laws. And this is why when you try to take your ass into federal court based on the situation that happened in the state, 99.9999% of the times, the federal courts are going to get the definitions and the interpretations of the laws, which give rise to your arguments based on the state's definition. This is why when people go into court citing the vague UCC3 or UCC4 instead of citing their state law UCC, it gets nowhere because UCC, you know, the normal UCC is only the District of Columbia code. Each state has their own version of the UCC. In most states, their version of the UCC slightly differs from the normal UCC that people cite. It's those little things that people still don't get. The little things like that, it flies right over their heads.
With the wagon and the coach, what was that guy? He's in 1903. I forget the case. He's driving a coach.
And you notice how every case is always in a time frame where driving a car wasn't the norm. Like right when before cars were invented or right when they started to But your requirements to have a driver's license, that's been around forever. It's been around for a very long time. Driving a vehicle, once you get behind a motor vehicle, yes, you have a right to travel to and fro the United States of America freely. You can move to Pennsylvania if you want. You can move to Texas if you want. You can move to Arkansas. Hell, you can move to Alaska. You can move to Anchorage. But depending on the mode of transportation that you take, it may require you to have the proper registrations. Just like you can fly a plane if you want, but you cannot just hop in the plane just because you want to fly. You have to be licensed and certified to have a certain minimum hours of flight mileage, of training. You could take a boat. You got to have a license for a boat. You can walk. You don't need a driver's license to walk. You can take public transportation. You don't need a driver's license for that. So you can't pick and choose when to exercise your right to travel and then say, hey, I want to drive a vehicle, but I don't want to get a driver's license, because if I get a driver's license, well, hold on. The only reason why they bring up this right to travel when it comes to their driver's license is because either their licenses are suspended, their court fines are stacked through the roof. Behind every right to travel argument, in majority of the cases, the underlying reason why they're doing what they're doing is because they don't have the regular credentials, or their licenses are suspended, or their fines are too high to get it the normal way. Just like 98% of the cases, behind every mortgage, auto defense claim, behind every reason people step into it, is because they don't want to pay the bill.
He's got a car in 1903. He's got a car in 19. He had big money. And he's driving his car up this dirt road and he's speeding. And they give him a ticket and they say,
TS, man, we thought this dude had a groundbreaking Supreme Court case that we were all anxiously waiting on, that says you don't need a driver's license. And I thought I had one. I thought I was going to take all my driving videos down. I thought I was going to have to, but
not that he doesn't have not to have a license. They just wanted to automatically revoke his license because he had a license without a hearing. And he's saying, you can't do that. I have to have a hearing before you're able to take my license from.
See, that was the case he cited as far as his right to travel argument. It wasn't the fact that he didn't have a driver's license. It was the fact that he took his driver's license without having a hearing. So the context was the illegal revocation of his driver's license, not the fact that he did not need a driver's license, is that they took his driver's license without due process. See, those nuances of cases will determine if the case that you're citing lines up with the elements of your situation. And these are not hard things to pick up on and follow. As a matter of fact, if every single one of y'all follow that, I guarantee you, your chances of winning in court is going to increase, and you ain't even have to pay me for it.
From me. So he's not even saying what you say he's saying. So this stuff is
in Birmingham. I probably had took that out. Like I stated, I haven't updated that.
Take it all out.
Well, you know, I wish you would read this stuff before you even put it in this document, because that's what you're supposed to do. I can take contempt for filing filing this irrelevant stuff.
Do you get the law depot document 3?
He went on Law Depot and just had it transcribed. So once again, until someone comes with valid Supreme Court authority, ladies and gentlemen, you need a driver's license. You need a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle with valid insurance and proof of registration. That's just the norm. And to be honest with you, it's not even worth the hill dying on, unless you have a reason why you can't get a driver's license. Then I understand why you're doing it.
Signatures, verifying debt, bill of particulars, all of that comes up. This is great. We've got two back-to-back in the same courtroom. First one is just a quick one. Second one is a little bit longer. Judge handles both of them with ease, and it's hilarious. All right, I'm calling. We're cooling. Let's go.
All right, Jefferson Capital System versus Monique Green. Monique, she's present.
Yes, Your Honor. We did not confer, but we are ready to proceed today.
All right, Miss Green.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. I'll hear from you, Mr. Esparza.
Thank you, Judge. The original lender here is One Main Financial Group. The account.
One Main Financial Group, Velocity Investments, Midland, Synchrony Bank. Every single one of them are subject to get scalped. If you understand, come to my group and understand what I'm teaching. You can scalp every single one of them with ease. I already scalped Velocity. We're about to move for summary judgment on that. They already didn't get the judgment and they attached a $20,000 debt. We already scalped them with our response. Velocity, Midland, Synchrony, all of them, Credit One, Capital One, Main One. The contract is their shield. Once we invalidate that and move that smoke screen out the way, their defense or their claim starts to crumble. It is impossible for them to do everything the correct way when they're securitizing them. It's impossible. Do you know how much taxes they would have to recognize and liabilities they would have to recognize if they did it the right way? Do you know how much exposure? Why do you think they move them off balance sheet? Why do you think they move them off the balance sheet? But you can only move them off the balance sheet. Join the Supreme Elite team.
Was opened on 6/25/2019, and the last payment was made on March 4th, 2021. The account was then closed on September 29th of 2021 with a balance of $8,084.98. The account was then sold to plaintiff.
Right there. My point. I'll be back. But my point right there is where we scalp them. I'll be back.
Plaintiff, who is now seeking that balance plus court cost, Judge. I believe previously defendant had asked for a verification of debt that was sent on August 16th this year to defendant.
What is it? What is the amount that's owed and due?
The amount owed is $8,084.98. Plaintiff is seeking that balance plus court costs and post-judgment interest if applicable.
All right, that's owed and due.
Hold on.
Bring that one back from the top.
Hold on.
Bring that one back from the top.
I will. Hold on. This is a classic example of what I'm talking about. I swear to God, I have a client, Karen, and I just released a phone call like last week or so that we talked after her court appearance. You notice that there still hasn't been a judgment issue in favor of Velocity. But anyways, this case is the same case. We're about to walk. This is the same. They do this day in and day out.
The amount owed is $8,084.98. Plaintiff is seeking that balance plus court costs and post-judgment interest if applicable.
Okay. This is what they all do. They come to court as the plaintiff, alleging that there is a debt that is owed, or they brought the debt buyers. What most people don't understand is at the time they had closed the account and sold the debt, right there is where we attack. Not the general standing, not the general this. We spank. I literally attacked it right there. This is where, because they're coming into court with no legal valid claim, but just showing that they brought a debt. This is where hundreds and thousands of people get judgments against them every day, right at this stage, right at this stage. And then they'll do shit like, oh my gosh, they need to come to my group because they'll send like debt validations, debt verification letters out. They'll send all that shit out. It's not hitting on it. Do you, oh man, I wish I could say more.
All right.
And it's just judgments and judgments and judges in favor of them. And I know once we peel back their onions, they don't have a legal claim. Number one, that 8,000, which she owes on the contract is a goddamn zero on the accounting. It's a zero right now on the accounting. Soon as you close the account, write it off. As soon as that shit shows up on the credit report as account closed, I attack them right there. Count close. Okay, I know what that means from the advanced counting level. And I know that the amount that I really owe on the books is the amount that I really owe. But they get us so caught up in defending the contract and validating the debt and verifying the debt and who's the legal owner of the debt and who owes the all that. Too much silence. Get to it.
The 30 days, sign documentation.
All right, Ms. Green, I'll hear from you.
Yes, Your Honor. I reached out to Jefferson Capital and I've asked them for signed documentation, the original copy, and they have not sent anything to me.
Here's the thing. Why are you asking for the signed documentation? Like what is that going to prove for your defense? And we got to ask ourselves these questions before we start just asking for shit. Send this notice in. What's the end goal? Does my claim that I'm trying to bring or defense, whatever I'm trying to bring, is whatever I'm trying to do I have legal authority to do it? And number two, is there legal citations where cases and defenses similar to mine, the court has granted in their favor? See, now that goes back to what type of argument are you making? Because if you come into court making a sovereign citizen argument, you want to know why it gets thrown out? Because the court doesn't even have jurisdiction over the relief that you're seeking. They don't even have the jurisdiction to give you the relief you seek. Courts are of limited jurisdiction, especially federal courts. They're of limited jurisdiction. And courts can only give you the relief that they recognize. They can't just give you a relief because you want relief. So now you got to title your relief and style your complaint that's in line with the court rules and the court procedures. It's not just about going in there and telling them what happened. Just like I was in court the other day with my peoples, that I said it out loud. I was out in the hallway and the sheriff's deputy, I guess he works in the courtroom all the time, and two lawyers agreed to me, and it wasn't even part of the conversation. I was telling my peoples, court is more about rules and procedure than it is about the facts of the case.
You're rocking with the best.
And the lawyer says, that's true. The deputy was like, sadly, yeah, that is true. It's not really about the facts of the case. It's about the rules and procedure. And y'all, it's easy. We can scalp them on the facts. But when we line our facts up with the rules and procedures of the court, I'm trying to tell you something good, and you ain't even have to pay me for it.
I also reached out to them 2 times, and within the 30 days, they still have not responded. We had a court date in January. The court, they rescheduled it because they weren't there. So our stuff was rescheduled for here. When I came back here again, I sent a letter out asking Jefferson, and they still never send me anything proving that this is me.
None of that matters. You could be Sally Mae. Proving what? You see what I mean? The arguments? And this is what I mean. You can only argue as much as what you know. I've been in and out of the court system for 17 years. I got 13 years of researching court cases and being in the courts and seeing the rules and the regulations and seeing how it's filed and seeing how they maneuver and studying the court rules, studying the court procedures, studying all this. I'm telling you, trying to prove it's you doesn't mean nothing because you already made a payment on the account. You've already made a payment. You did not bring up this. They all know it's you. You made a payment. Y'all get what I'm saying? You already made a payment on the account. You did not dispute that that wasn't you then. And the court knows that. Why do you think in her opening statement she said she made a payment on the account? She's establishing the foundation that you already know it's you because you made a payment. The lawyer just laid the foundation. And this is what I mean when I'm talking about courtroom and the arguments that you make. It's a total different ball game. And this is why these teachers don't want y'all to step into that courtroom. They can't even teach it to y'all because they don't know it.
So I'm still waiting for them to respond and giving me the original copies, Your Honor.
Your response, Mrs. Esparza?
Yes, Your Honor. From what I can see, I'm not sure maybe what defendant means by original copy, but in the original lawsuit, we did provide that contract with One Main Financial.
What did they always do? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? The contract is their shield. That's all they want to. So all this company did was buy a debt for pennies on the dollar, go file a lawsuit saying she hasn't paid the debt. That's all they have. And we scalp them every time when they do that. That's all she has. I don't give a damn if she attach affidavits to it. Better not be a third party affidavit. That's hearsay. Hearsay rules. You see, just quick.
We also included the bill of sale in the debt verification documents that were forwarded.
Every single one of them will be subject to major scrutiny under the Supreme Elite Team's Accrual Accounting Collection Agency. We will scrutinize and audit the shit out of it. And as soon as I'm done with the audit, I send it right to the lawyer. Hey, this is my findings. I know it's good, but since I got access to you, why not use you? Like I have a whole model built that already analyzes and finds inconsistencies in the bill of sale, the accounting documents, the verification, all that. I know it's like a lot of different things I look for. Did you actually attach a copy of the bill of sale? Did the dates match? Did you reference electronic file number for it? How do I even know you actually brought the debt? Hell, when was it really assigned to you? Hell, did the person that sold you the debt, did they actually legal do everything they needed to do in order for you to purchase the debt for them? What kind of debt was it? Was it consolidated? Don't even matter. But what we're going to prove is, number one, you don't even have standing to come into this court and sue me, all because of the inconsistencies from your predecessor creditor. And we just line it right on up. Remember, ain't that what they say? Any person taking this contract is subject to the claims and defenses that they assert against their original creditor. Ain't that right? Okay, so you're going to wear this ass whooping for them.
Forwarded with the statement account summary documents that were forwarded. With the statement account summary with One Main Financial, we also included the bill of sale in the debt verification document.
They did that with my client too.
That will forward it with the statement account summary. All of which have been filed with the court as well, Judge.
They did the same thing with my client too. Different company. Don't mean nothing. All smoke and mirrors. Don't mean nothing. You're not scaring me with those. You're not scaring me with those. Nah. You got more? These long pauses. I don't know.
All right. It's adjournment of the court. The plaintiff recover from the defendant the amount of $8,084.98 plus cost, post-judgment interest at the legal rate. This is not a court of record. You have an absolute right to appeal the court's decision, Ms. Green. All right.
You see that? You see that? You see that? Do you see that? Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me check y'all down memory. Let me just show you something right quick. Hold on. Let me just highlight it. I'm gonna try to highlight it for you for a second. Let me highlight what I'm trying to tell you. Let me highlight. Maybe I can highlight it like this. We were ordered to respond. We responded with a motion to dismiss. The judge overrules that motion to dismiss and orders a response. I doubled down on the same arguments in the motion to dismiss in the response that we were ordered to give to the courts. The judge schedules a pretrial. Now, at this stage, this is where 99.99% of pro se litigants lose, because this is where the creditor gets the judgment or they get summary judgment in their favor. So the mere fact that I doubled down on the same arguments that was in the motion to dismiss that was overruled, and the judge scheduled a pretrial, a civil pretrial, that opens the stage for us to now move for summary judgment, because they didn't get their judgment. Remember I said at the beginning stages where 99.9% lose? Filed the complaint. Look here. She was ordered to respond. She responded. After she responded, went to court.
This is not a court of record. You have an absolute right to appeal. Court of record, you have the defendant the amount of $8,080.
So she went to court, spoke her piece. They spoke her piece. They had the bill of sale. They had all that stuff. The same thing. This is the same instance in my client's case. But you notice the difference. What I'm saying, the judge didn't issue the judgment. Schedule a pretrial. So their firewalls of the contract and the bill of sale and all that, they attach the same things to the court. But you see, my client's outcome, look at her outcome.
All right. It's adjournment of the court. The plaintiff recover from the defendant the amount of $8,084.98 plus cost, post-judgment interest at the legal rate. This is not a court of record. You have an absolute right to
rocking
appeal
with
the
the
decision, Ms.
best.
Green. All right. There we go. We'll provide you with a copy of the judgment.
That happens 99.99% of the time. I looked at the docket sheet when I was up in court the other day. Judgment. I'm watching it. I'm sitting in court watching judgment. Judgment. Want to know why? Because all of their arguments are on frivolous, non-important issues instead of attacking the core of their claims. That's the Supreme Elite team. We attack the foundation of their claims, and then their whole contract and their debt falls by the wayside on its own.
You're rocking with the best.
On its own. And you can look at YouTube as one big place for entertainment. You can look at YouTube and social media for this, but the stuff that I talk about impacts people's lives every day. It impacts their lives, their financial stability, their financial future every day. Because when that storm hits, and those repossessions, those foreclosures, you're getting sued, been taken into court. I swear to God, everybody that bypassed what I'm saying, everybody that look, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, you're gonna wish you understood what the Supreme Elite team goes over night in that item group. You're gonna wish you understood it. You're gonna wish you took what I said seriously. You ain't gotta take it serious now, but when that storm comes, you're gonna wish you understood. You're gonna wish you was a part of the Supreme Elite team then. When they're coming to snatch everything you own. You're going to wish. It's fun and games now until this happens. That's $8,000. It's not no chump change. And they're going to file garnishment. So they're going to garnish her wages, severely impacting it. I'm not coming with a blue miracle pill to save the whole world. I know that what I talk and advocate for, it gives you more of a fighting chance instead of the direct judgment like seen right here. At least you win the first stage. Not getting the judgment entered against you, that's the win in the first stage of the proceedings. You win court in stages. It's not this one big file of suit and everything gets dismissed. You win court in stages. And the more stages that you win, the chances of you winning the overall judgment and getting the order in your favor increases at every win at each stage that you get. It increases. The longer it draws out, the more your chances increase. Because the number one thing that happens, they file a complaint, you respond, judgment. They file a complaint, you respond, summary judgment. The number one thing, they want it over right there at the beginning, because if it has to keep going and they got to prove more, the case starts to come apart at the hems. And what my job is, stop that immediate judgment off the break and make the case open up more, because it's going to expose more. But it's hard to do that when people come to me already filing sovereign citizen documents in court and then say, all right, here, make this all go away. When you already put sovereign citizen stuff on the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Navy Federal Credit Union versus Jody Collins.
Oh, and them? Do we need to talk about them? Do we need to talk about them? It's been a while since I've been talking about them. Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while since we talked about them. Let's get to it. Let's go down. Hold on. Let's run this back in time. A blast from the past. Oh, we ain't gonna talk about the video where she told on herself. Remember this video when she told on herself? She actually told me on the phone how they sell their mortgages. And all I had to do was just play stupid. Most people get on the phone with them and want to let them know how much they know and how much they've been scammed.
We do not hold a copy of the deed or the title. You would need to get in contact with the county.
Okay, well, it was released, satisfied. So the county will actually have the deed to the home.
Correct. We do not hold a copy of that. You would have to get in.
You see that? We don't hold a copy of the deed. But when you take them to court to sue them, aren't they going to show up with a copy of the mortgage and the deed of trust? The note, the mortgage agreement, or the note of the deed of trust? Won't they show up with it when it's time to take you to court? But the whole time, they don't own it. They don't hold a copy. So is it that you get a copy from the true owner when it's time to take you to court? Like, I'm not going to find that out. Or is it maybe because your own prior agreements that you have with Fannie Mae that you automatically sell them? Or maybe is that you only originate these loans just for the sole purpose of selling them, meaning from an accounting, you hold them for, see, I can't even say that word because the teachers are going to take that. So what if I could track everything you do with the mortgage right from the accounting, right from the balance sheet, line it up with state law? What if I can track where these mortgages go? What if I can track that the amount when you sue or when you foreclose to take possession of the property, the amount that's owed on the contract has to be set off with the amount that's actually showed on the actual books. And then the difference, you get the key. Because remember earlier, what you owe on the books is always significantly less what you owe on the contract. So if I owe 800,000 on the foreclosure and the remaining balance says 600,000, but you really don't expect to get 12,000, and then you go sell the home, we have some accounting issues there, don't we? I think we owe some. I think there's some excess proceeds that we're due. Or if you don't do it, we'll take you to court. Here, you might want to read these 8 court cases. The judge is saying the same thing I'm saying.
Contact with the county.
Okay, what is it showing up on her account?
What was that?
What is anything show? Is it showing up satisfied on her mortgage account?
I haven't even pulled that side. Give me just a moment. That's just interline.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looks like the balance is 0.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
You don't know what you're talking about, Thomas. You just be running your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't go battle to battle with multi-billion-dollar credit unions. You can't go battle to battle with multi-billion-dollar finance company. You can't stand toe-to-toe with them. And they actually respect your documents. You pro se. You a pro se. You don't got no law degree in this. You ain't got no accounting degree. You ain't no certified CPA. You ain't never go to law school. You ain't get your MBA in accounting. How do you know all this technical shit that they know? You're just a normal consumer like everybody else. How you coming at them on their level?
Yeah, that's it. Quick shutdown. Yeah. Verifying the debt. Yeah, that's not a good job. I'm just gonna say good job on that claim. It did not work. That was the fast one. Now we're getting into the real one. This guy goes all out. He even asked his
and anybody that's in the Supreme Elite Team group or anybody that's casually watching, if you're going to invalidate me, forget the receipts. Put the receipts to the side. I don't care, but put that to the side. And validate me on the accounting. If you don't know accounting, just stay out of it. But you teachers and people that always seems to leave comments on the videos after it's over, won't you come and invalidate me and tell me what I'm saying is wrong? Tell me what I'm saying is wrong. Go share this with JT with Pocket Watching. He ain't review me yet. Come on. Yes, I don't know what I'm. Come on. I will come live on y'all panels. You want to invalidate me? Come on. I'm going to get so deep in the accounting, you'll be eating the letters for a month. I'm going to get so deep and start talking terms that you don't even know exist. And I'm going to be saying the same thing that if I would have said it in layman's terms, you know what I'm saying. I'm going to put it all in their words. And then we're going to throw some calculus in it and see, hey, break this document down. What does it mean? We're going to add the calculus to accounting. That's the next phase I'm going with my group, adding the math and the science behind accounting. So you can invalidate me all you want, but if you want to invalidate me, come with your facts and proofs based on what I talk and teach, based on the accounting, based on court, based on it. Because what you haven't found immediately is this. When I talk court, you haven't found this. This is what you haven't found. So while you're sitting there holding classes, see what you haven't? Yeah. Yeah. That's what's up. Nah. Shout out to the broski. No problem. You know it. But we're not going to sit and ignore this, though. We're not going to sit and ignore this. This we're not going to ignore. Not going to ignore this. You're hereby summons Hood Consumer Advisor, Fundamental Capital versus Hood Consumer Advisor. You're to answer this complaint in the action. Non-payment of debt. Huh? Huh? Cause of action. Says it right here. Got a loan. Ain't paying back. Now in default. As a result of the merchant's default in performance, is personally liable for the obligations owed by merchant to plaintiff. Hood Consumer Advisor. Got sued again. You want to get out of this one? You ain't get out the last one. You end up paying that eviction with cash money. But didn't you say you don't need money to pay bills? Didn't you say you don't need all that? But you paid your foreclosure and got the case dismissed because you paid with cash. I thought they ain't got to pay with cash. Matter of fact, since you know you can live debt-free by the 60K V Act, Bill of Exchange Act, won't you show your people how to access that account and then they can pay you, you can charge their account. But you take money up front to show people how to not pay their bills with money. But you'll take the same money up front. Now, I make no bones about charging for a service. It's the United States of America. But I can't be sitting up here talking court and there's judgments out and shit against you. No, you don't win them all. But let's just see what your arguments are. Let's see what your court argument's going to be with this one. And if you still need help, you could put your pride aside. And maybe you could actually teach something to your students. But when it comes to court litigation, as a pro se, nobody's out here is messing with me. You got to be a top attorney up there to even, nobody's out here. No one. Don't go to nobody else because they don't know the court rules. They don't know court procedure and they don't understand interpretation of law. I've been in a court system 17 years, state and federal. We can rumble. As a matter of fact, I was the reason why my own federal case got put on hold as long as it did, because my lawyer thought I did not have a viable claim. My lawyer thought I didn't have a viable claim, and he filed a bogus appeal for me, basically saying, this nigga ain't got a claim in the world, but since I'm his lawyer, by law, I got to file something. And I kept trying to tell my lawyer, nah, this is a viable claim. I want the courts to look into this. Oh, nah, you don't have it, but you can file your own. You can file your own pro se supplemental brief. The court is going to give you an opportunity to file your own. And I said to him, I said, bro, well, I ain't say bro, but I'm like, lawyer, man, these are my arguments. I did the research. I think we have an issue here. As my lawyer, can you please just attach it to your lawsuit? I mean, to my appeal for me. Please attach it for me. You don't have a claim. Nah, I don't see nothing here. The courts are going to overturn it. You don't have a viable claim. Listen, your case is over. You don't have a claim. You only got 5 more years to do. You know, I would let it go at this point, and from now on, anything else that you would need to do, you will have to file it on your own. That's what my appellate attorney told me. But let me just show you the court's response after I filed my pro se supplemental brief, and we're talking federal court on the criminal side, which is way more complex than the civil side, way harder. Let me show you it actually what happened. Hold on, I just did it. Here we go. Woo. Says it right here. Lamont filed August 1st, 2016. United States of America versus Lamont Andre Thomas. I caught my federal case. 2015. Lamont Andre Thomas seeks to appeal his conviction and sentence. His attorney has filed a brief pursuant to Anders versus California. That's basically saying he doesn't have a claim, but as his lawyer, I got to file something for him. The government has moved to dismiss the appeal based on the appeal waiver. So basically, I went to trial on the 4-count indictment. I ended up having a hung jury. The jury couldn't reach a decision. And then the government came back and say, hey, man, if you plead to this one charge, 7 years mandatory minimum, we'll dismiss the 3 remaining counts, which knocked 53 years off my sentence. So the government said, nah, don't let this appeal go through because he gave up his right to appeal when he took the plea. In his pro se supplemental briefs, Thomas argues that Hobbs Act robbery is not a crime of violence under 18 U.S.C. 924C, and his conviction and sentences are invalid in light of Johnson versus United States Supreme Court 2015. The Supreme Court places the appeal in abeyance pending a decision in United States versus Ali. Mr. Thomas, you don't have there's nothing here, Mr. Thomas.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Who you think got that appeal placed in abeyance for 5 years? It took them 5 years to figure out a way to deny me because they knew they would have granted me relief. They got to overturn their last 3 cases, which would have affected 70,000 inmates in the 4th Circuit. 5 years it took for them to answer my appeal. Five years. 5. How you know be on appeal for 5 years? They denied my appeal 2 weeks before I was about to go home. Surgical. When it comes to court litigation, I am surgical with my approach. I don't only handicap the opposing party, I handicap the judge. And that's not uncommon to have one lawyer for multiple different companies. There was the one lady, remember the one lady with the blonde hair? That one lady is like she stood at the podium for like 10 different cases in different companies, Bank of America, Velocity, all them. So it's not uncommon to have one lawyer have the same different lawyers. I mean, one lawyer for the multiple different companies. That is not uncommon. So if y'all wonder why she's still there, it's not uncommon. Hold on. We missing something. All right, there we go. All right, let's get to it.
Ready to proceed.
Right. Okay.
All right, everything good.
Your Honor, I believe today the purpose
1
of the
second.
setting is defendant's motion to dismiss. Would you still like me to announce first?
Well, let's see. What is the? I'll hear the motion to dismiss first. I'll hear your motion.
Yes, sir. So,
Hold on. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plaintiff has no standing. They have not produced a wet ink contract, ledger, or lawful validation of debt. I gave notice of rescission, dispute, and even tendered a negotiable instrument. They ignored every opportunity to validate or respond.
There you go. What'd I tell you? Now you believe when I say day in and day out, people just lose? What is he arguing? What is he going to again? What did he say? UCC3, negotiable instrument. Supreme Elite Team. What is the number one thing that I say? If you go in there talking UCC3, negotiable instrument, you are going to lose. It's not even a negotiable instrument. Remember, I told you it takes on multiple different names across the stages as it moves through their pipeline. Post-closing, it takes on 4 different names governed by 4 different set of rules, and it's going to be evidence on multiple different balance sheets. See, I have to find the different balance sheets it's on and then tie all of them together. But it's not even a promissory note anymore after you sign it. And a promissory note is just a right to receive payment, a promise to pay. Your signature does not create the credit. Your signature did not fund the loan. Your signature on the promissory note was not deposited into an account and then loaned back out to you. If you still think the modern money mechanics from the 1990s and the bank's reserve requirements, if you think that's how it still works today, you are still stuck in the Stone Ages. That is not how it works. The Federal Reserve is not involved in loans. The Federal Reserve is a last minute, last second option for liquidity and financing at the last minute if the financial institution cannot find funding from other sources. It's not under the Federal Home Loans Bank. That is the federal statute for the Federal Home Loan Bank itself. There is a Federal Home Loan Bank, not all the national associations, financial institutions. The Federal Reserve is not involved in direct consumer lending. The promissory note does not represent an application for notes under 12 USC Section 412, and they do follow 12 USC Section 83. You see? That's 99% of their talking points when it comes to mortgages. That's 99% of the talking points. That is 99% of them. Matter of fact, hold on. Trust me. I swear to God, we're going to get through this video. I swear to God. Y'all forget, check out this video.
My favorite thing about the set is a security.
Because he said most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
Is a security collateral. Didn't you deposit? Wasn't that application deposited?
That's no different from saying they deposit and then loan you the money back out. Modern money mechanics. That's all. That's it.
Exactly. When you put your securities in your bank account, you're depositing your securities. You're the depositor. This makes you the depositor. You see, exactly.
You see that literal interpretation? Your application, you gave it to them. You made a deposit because you gave them the application. And that's you see the literal, just right literal interpretation of meanings. That's not how it goes. That's not how corporate finance and mortgage loans go. I swear to God, it's not. I swear to God, the ex-SEC attorney for 27 years has already confirmed what I said is spot on. I swear to God, I could get people that's way higher than me to confirm what I'm saying. So if those people up there confirm what I'm saying, what you think they're going to say when he brings that in front of them? What do you think they're going to say? They're going to look at him like he's crazy.
It's like we think it's like something else. Like, oh my gosh, that's them. Like, no, it's us. We don't know who we are. Okay?
Before we go any further, let's clear up one of the biggest myths floating around online. Your mortgage or auto application did not create a credit. It's not a negotiable instrument. Under UCC 3-104, an instrument is only negotiable if it's an unconditional promise to pay a fixed amount of money. An application is not a promise, not a draft, and not a note. It's just a request for credit. So no, you did not fund your own loan. And the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with your personal lending. The Fed's role is spelled out in 12 U.S.C. Section 225. In the Federal Reserve Act, it supervises banks, sets monetary policy, and regulates reserves. It does not originate, purchase, or process consumer loans. People online quote 12 U.S.C. Section 83, Section 412, and the Federal Home Loan Bank Act as if your application is being routed to the Fed. It isn't. Those statutes deal with bank reserve requirements, collateral for Federal Reserve notes, and member bank borrowing, not individual borrowers. Your lender funded the loan, not you, not the Fed. No secret account, no magic check. Now that the light is out of the way, stay tuned for episode 18 of Are You Afraid of the Dark, where we walk deeper into the darkness, the knowledge they never wanted you to see.
Break it all for another hot explosive mix.
Of rescission, dispute, and even tending, they have not produced.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plaintiff has no standing. They have not produced a wet ink contract, ledger, or lawful validation of debt.
Wet ink contract ledger. And these are just like they'll say some shit like general trust. What did he say earlier in the chat? They'll say stuff like this. They'll come in and say, can y'all hear me? Somebody said they can't hear me. Can y'all hear me? Somebody said we can't hear you. I thought y'all can hear me. Let me, yo, seems good on my end. Okay, so general ledger, original general ledger, contract ledger. So this is how you know when they don't understand what they're talking about, because they'll use the term like ledger, wet ink signature, gap principles, very vague, not really breaking it down, dissecting what it means. So newsflash, they don't need a wet ink signature. They don't need to produce it. An electronic copy is good enough because they're stored in electronic databases when they transfer possession to a third party. They don't need the wet ink like right on its signature anymore. That is not a viable claim or negotiable instruments or anything like that, because it's only a negotiable instrument for the very second that you sign it. As soon as you sign it, it takes on 3 different names, all names coming at the different stages. And there's another thing. How can you be obligated on something that is collateral? Never mind. Let me just keep going.
I gave notice of rescission, dispute, and even tendered a negotiable instrument. They ignored every opportunity to validate or respond.
So notice of rescission does not apply in a general mortgage. It only applies in certain cases, such as what do you do? Sometimes refinance, things like that. You have a certain time to rescission. You cannot unilaterally rescind the mortgage. Actually, the rescission of mortgages doesn't even apply to normal mortgages. It's only in refinance or home equity line of credit. That's when you have that small window to rescind. And even when you rescind, let's just apply it here. It doesn't mean that you rescind and keep the house. That's what that big guru that was from the islands, and he talks like this, kind of chubby guy that was telling you you could rescind the house, rescind and keep the mortgage. I knew that was BS from the jump, but he made a lot of money online posting those $99 little templates that you could find on Scrib because everybody just saw free, no accountability, free, don't have to pay, free, no skin in the game. And that's what most people are going to go out there. But the fact that you sent those documents did not legally release you from the obligation. And here's the thing: your obligation to pay all depends on if you know accounting. Because if you can prove what their accounting already says, it translates into them not having a contractual claim against you, because by their own actions, they have changed the terms. So when you are obligated on another instrument and that other instrument has already been settled based by operation of their financing, then your legal claim, you can dispute that debt because you're not even obligated on the debt that they say you got to pay, because they all come into court with the contract, smoke screen, and they bite on it every time. Everything this brother is talking about right here is all based on the contract. See, they sink in on that contract. So anybody that tells you hear anybody saying contract law, run the opposite from them. Anyone that comes to court and say, oh, it's all trust law, run the opposite from them. Anybody that's not speaking what I'm talking about day in and day out in my group, you run from them.
You're rocking with the best.
Their case should be dismissed with prejudice. Oh, also, I'm sorry, sir. I'm also asking for a motion to dismiss the plaintiff's original petition for lack of standing and failure to validate the alleged debt.
Failure to validate the alleged debt. Remember what I told y'all? All their debt validations, debt verification claims are: show me the wet ink copy, prove that it's me, show me you have to set off the account by gap ledgers, gap principal. It's never going to be in detail with court enforcement authority the way I'm unveiling it. It's not up now, but it's going to be available soon. The new, what is it? Title. I have the title for it. The title of it is called The Administrator Set Off an Economic Master Netting Claim, which I'll give y'all a little proprietary. It's not on the market. Let me turn this down. It's not on the market yet because I gotta wait. You know, I run mine through tests and I gotta wait for the lawyer to get back to it. But this is unveiling what is going to consist of that document. All the legal citations, authorities, the accounting standards, everything, court law, how it looks on the how the IRS accounts for it. And this is, and I'm actually almost done with it. And this is another one that I've for the classes coming up, I put together. This is actually that's coming up, securitization tax returns. So this one is, this goes over everything that, you know, when these gurus be talking about file your taxes on your mortgage and your autos, this, everything that's supposed to be included in it, they're missing. So this actually is going over everything taken right from their accounting, their tax receivable agreements, how the IRS accounts for it, how, what the IRS says, how they look at these transactions, what's the interest, foregone interest, and all that. This is all that I've been putting, it's been put together, right? All this been put together. These are all the notes in the curriculums before I have a class. I put all this together, then run it through the attorney, put it together. I run it through the attorney. The attorney and his friend, which is a group member, have already stamped the tax one. They've already said that was fire. And then other game, putting together my own Supreme Elite Team litigation model. So that helps pro se defendants. It's like having everything we go over in group, all the legal citations right at your hands in the models. And it goes over everything that deals with the courts, the laws, the IRS, case law to back it up. It has everything in it. With case law that supports the claims that we'll be making, whether in court, administratively, or to the IRS. So I've taken everything finance and IRS and I interwoven them into court situations too. So now we got the authority, the tax law authority, we got the accounting authority, we got the securities law authority, we got the overpayments authority, we got the deemed payments made authority, and then we top it off with case law, with the courts validating the claim. And I did this and rehamped and added to it to make people, to give people more fighting a chance instead of having to take years and go through all this. Kind of summarized it enough for them. That's why I tell people it's good to be in my Supreme Elite Team group. So when you do get extra services, you won't be just totally oblivious to what's going on, or get in the mode of just sending a document that you really don't understand and just hiding behind the document. Although the document is ironclad, I always want people to understand at least what's going on, understand at least why, because you always want to be able to defend yourself no matter the situation. And with the IRS operates like this. We're going to get back to the video. The IRS operates like this. The IRS, and I said it here, and I want to highlight this. I want to highlight this part. The IRS does not, it's not the actual with the IRS, it's not the fact that you are seeking a refund that is the problem. It's not the fact that you're seeking a refund that's the problem. With the IRS, the problem that a lot of people face is they are trying to seek refunds based on consumer obligations. They file their returns as a consumer. They're not filing their returns as on the other side. So that means you have to take the evidence and the contracts of what happened, and you have to file the transaction based on what really happened, not based just because you got a contract. So you have to do away with the form of the contract, go right into the substance, and then you got to file your taxes off that. Because when you file your taxes based on the contract and just attaching your contract to your tax returns, they are treating it as you're filing a tax return based on a consumer obligation. And the IRS is very clear that none of their special rules regarding securitization transactions applies to consumer debts. So the substance, the way we dig deep into the transaction, lets us know it's not a consumer debt anymore, and you got to file it on that side of the fence. That's the biggest thing. And it's not even it's not what you're arguing with the IRS, it's how you arguing, because the IRS regulation, I'm not even going to say it, payments received from third parties is treated as payments made by the obligor. That's right from, I ain't going to say the statute, but that's right from them. So it's not really they don't want you filing these tax returns as a consumer. You have to wear the other hat. And the only way you know what the hat to wear is based on the substance. And you don't get to the substance of the transaction unless you know advanced accounting. That's the trick. The attorney already confirmed that's the trick. So given the fact that you got to file it using a different hat, there are forms that everybody's missing. They don't even talk about online, nothing. They're missing a particular form, because that form is what allows them to credit your account, give you credit for taxes that they paid. So with that gray area where it goes to the overpayment, because you know the IRS is all based on overpayment. So that gray area, well, how did you pay all these taxes? Oh, they paid the taxes for me based on the substance of the transaction, based on what really took place. And the IRS, I got court case after court case, tax cases, where the IRS does not just look at what the label says. They're going to dig into actually what happens. So when we could prove what actually happens, that goes further in our favor. So all that's going to be in the updated class. There's going to be a lot of information. It's going to be a lot there, y'all. It's going to be a lot for you to be able to pick up on. And for a lot of people, you already got the idea. You already know what's going on. You just need the more professional under it. That's all you need. Just that professional up under you. The legal authority that is firm and you could just stand under it. That's what a lot of people miss. A lot of people are not as far off as they think, but it gets convoluted because this person's saying that, this person's saying this. But nobody wants to go to, well, what are the actual rules to the game? And are we interpreting these things correctly? And one way that you know you're interpreting the rules correctly is case law. I got case law for everything I talk about, whether it's taxes, finance. I got case law now. Adding case law to the mix changes the game. It changes the game.
They didn't respond also to the counterclaim that I filed. So in addition, I am asking for a motion for a default judgment on that. Plaintiff was properly served with my counterclaim on July 28th, 2025. They have 14 days to answer and failed to do so. I filed an affidavit of damages and supporting exhibits totaling $20,000 with detailed proof of actual statutory and punitive damages.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds okay, but I don't know where you got this 14 days from. But what?
Under Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 502.1B and 503.1.
He cited civil court procedures. That's impressive. Hope he cited correctly, but that's impressive.
I respectfully ask the court to enter default judgment without delay. I've also requested equitable relief, a $25,000 credit line reinstated as a remedy for a wrongful closure, and an order requiring the plaintiff to comply with future lawful written instructions. These remedies are proper under the Texas Trust Code and Equity. I've submitted the certification of trust and the power of attorney to prove lawful authority.
That's where right there. I want everybody to put a pin on that under trust law. Remember when I said trust law? Remember when I just said talk about trust law? Let's put a pin on that. Everybody keep that in your mind. We might have to revisit that.
That's it, Your Honor.
Oh, that's it. You're denying the claim of debt, and you want $25,000 as a credit line. Yeah. Hey, credit card comes from you in a credit line. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, see, this is the thing about it. So reinstating a $25,000 credit line does not mean that $25,000 is for free. Yo, we have to get this free stuff out of our mind. We got to stop doing things with the notion that we just want to get it for free. If you do end up getting it for free, let it be that. If you don't end up having to pay on it, let it be that. But just take this proper next step. The next steps. Don't be so focused on getting a house for free, getting a car not to pay for. Like those are going to develop on their own just by the result of your understanding. Those things happen. Remember, I said a lot of people's end goals with the Supreme Elite team, that's just the normal things that are going to take place as your progression through understanding goes. July, y'all seen it? Haven't made a payment since July. This is 5 months. No, nothing. They haven't, hey, you owe, showed y'all the account live earlier. Still the same. But that's a lot of people's end goal. And that ain't nothing but the next step of what I'm doing because I have understanding. I wasn't even looking for that. It happened on its own. That's not even my end goal. I already told them. All they had to do was say I was right. And I'd let everything go. All they had to do was say I was right. You were right. And I'll drop the suit. I'll drop everything. I swear. That's all I wanted them to do. I sent them an email about it. Yo, just admit that I was right. And I'll let it go. We get back to normal. We work something out. But the end goal cannot just be getting something not paying for it anymore, because that's going to happen on its own. Once you understand accounting, once you understand your actual obligation was already legally set off, because the amounts that you owe are not the amounts that's based on the contract. See, we can prove why we don't have to continue to pay from a legal standpoint, but I don't care why you do it for real. When it's done, do it correctly by the law, following the rules. That's the only thing I care about.
I don't even think the judge could order that. Is that even possible?
No, he'll have to give it to him as part of damages. He can't just restate the line of credit. It have to, if anything, he'll just order them to pay him $25,000. But it's hard to show damages there.
Judge order that if he wanted. He can't order a private company to give this guy a credit line. It would be, he could order him to give him $25,000, but I don't think he could.
I swear to God, I just said that. I just said that. Is that, you see the energy? I just said that. That's what I see. I mean, give them 25, but no line of credit, because you get a line of credit, it's still an obligation. You still got to pay down that line of credit.
Order him to give him a credit line. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, and I clearly don't live in Texas. This one's fun, and we just got started.
All right, so your response is as far as
Yes, Your Honor.
to the motion to dismiss.
Yes, Judge. Defendant cites the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure stating that we were required to file a written.
Hold on. I see it now. He probably misinterpreted the statute. I haven't read the statute, so I don't know. But misinterpretation is so common amongst pro se litigants that I got to weigh on that side.
In response within 14 days of service. However, there is no rule that states that.
I told you, I knew it. That's why I said that 14 days. I only got. See the rule. I just said it. I literally just said it, y'all. Proper interpretation. I literally just said it. You can be having the wrong interpretation going down this path that you think is correct, but your interpretation was wrong from the beginning. So everything that you do is going to be a useless move, a useless step. It's going to be wasted steps because you didn't have the proper foundation from the beginning. And this is why I tell people, if you've been down the wrong path before, you got to strip those beliefs and lay a new foundation. Y'all know how when they pull up something, they lay something down. You got out with the old, in with the new. Out with the old. You can't build new on top of the old, because the old is going to have more impact than your mindset, because the old is your original foundation. You have to replace the old foundation with the new foundation. So everything you add on from there is going to be in line with your foundation.
Specifically for county and districts, Texas Rules of Civil Procedure states, and I do apologize, but I'm going to be reading right now off the rules. It says, when a counterclaim or cross-claim is served upon a party who has made an appearance in the action, the party so served in the absence of a responsive pleading shall be deemed to have pleaded a general denial of the counterclaim or cross-claim, but the party shall not be deemed to have waived any special appearance or motion to transfer venue. That specific rule is inapplicable here since we are in justice court. Specifically for justice court regarding defendants filing, 502.6A states that the court need not generate a citation for a counterclaim and no answer to the counterclaim need be filed. Therefore, Judge, we believe that defendant's counterclaim has no merit and must be dismissed. It is a frivolous claim, so we ask that the motion be denied.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, in Lozano versus GTE MobileNet of South Texas.
See what I'm saying? You see how these lawyers are going to use your lack of understanding of the rules and procedures against you? What did I always, Supreme Elite, what I say in the group? When you go up against these lawyers and they know you don't know the rules and procedures, they're not even going to get into your arguments. They're going to deny you off the procedure. I said it earlier, court is more about rules and procedures than your argument. He has all the arguments, but not under the proper rules of procedure. They're going to attack your lack of understanding of the rules of procedure more than your argument. So y'all expected them to argue and speak on what your facts are. But if your facts are not in line with the court rules, they're going to attack you off the rules of procedure and it's going to get thrown out. It happens every day. I've been in front of these people for 17 years. You know how many times I've seen cases get thrown out because they didn't file it properly? It's not about the facts. Remember, court is more about the rules of procedure than it is about the facts of the case. I don't know how many times I got to say that, man.
And no answer to the court regarding
let's go back on.
That specific rule is inapplicable here since we are in justice court. Specifically for justice
Pay attention. Pay attention.
court regarding defendants filing, 502.6A states that the court need not generate a citation for a counterclaim and no answer to the counterclaim need be filed. Therefore, Judge, we believe that defendant's counterclaim has no merit and must be dismissed. It is a frivolous claim, so we ask that the motion be denied.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, in Lozano versus GTE MobileNet of South Texas LTD 84 Southwest .3D 261 266 in the Texas Appellate Court, Corpus Christi 2002, untimely answers don't defeat.
All right, I'll give quick props to him for actually citing Texas law in a Texas case. That's the only props I give him.
Default unless leave is granted. So therefore, the dismissal should still be given.
All right, so I'm you're
hold on.
What are you asking?
Granted. So therefore, the dismissal should still be given.
All right, so I'm
let's get back to it for a second. Hold on. Let me see what let me get back to I gotta go back here for a second.
6-1. May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Since we are in justice court, on a party.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna do my analysis. Hold on. Let me break it down. My bad. Let me break it down. Let me lock in.
Your response, Mrs. Sparza.
Yes, Your Honor.
To the motion to dismiss.
Yes, Judge. Defendant cites the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure stating that we were required to file a written response within 14 days of service. However, there is no rule that states that. Specifically for county and districts, Texas Rules of Civil Procedure states, and I do apologize, but I'm going to be reading right now off the rules. It says, when a counterclaim or cross-claim is served upon a party who has made an appearance in the action, the party so served in the absence of a responsive pleading shall be deemed to have pleaded a general denial of the counterclaim or cross-claim, but the party shall not be deemed to have waived any special appearance or motion.
Now, that is a clear distinction and it goes to the nuances. It's a game of inches. That is a clear difference. Listen to what the statute says.
Claim is served upon a party. Rules of Civil Procedure states, and I do apologize, but I'm going to be reading right now off the rules. It says, when a counterclaim or cross-claim is served upon a party who has made an appearance in the action, the party so served in the absence of a responsive pleading shall be deemed to have pleaded a general denial of the counterclaim or cross-claim, but the party shall not be deemed to have waived any special appearance or motion to transfer venue.
Bam. So, if the fact that they already appeared in court, right? They already appeared in court. Give me 1 second, y'all. So they already appeared in court. This is what the statute is saying. They already appeared in court. They filed their case. The defendant, he responded. They have 14 days to respond. But since they already made an appearance, already filed their claim, they don't really have to respond to his. The statute is saying if they don't respond, it's going to be treated as a general denial. So the option to respond by the plaintiff, it's optional. It wasn't mandating that he has to respond. The fact that he said that they didn't respond within 14 days, but the statute clearly says if you don't respond within 14 days, it's just treated as a general denial because you've already appeared. You already stated your claim and won't be deemed as waiving anything. You see how do you mix that up? The distance between like that and there. But you see how he went to court citing a statute that didn't even say what he says? How do you misinterpret that? So he thought it meant by not responding in 14 days. I think he just stopped reading, but he didn't catch the nuances. If you don't respond, it should be treated as a general denial, but you're not waiving anything else after that. You see what I'm saying? Remember foundation, interpretation? You could be going down the same path on your misinterpretation. Everything you're doing is tainted. So his whole argument was based off a misinterpretation. And this happens every day. And this is exactly what I say.
That specific rule is inapplicable here since we are in justice court. Specifically for justice court regarding defendants filing, 502.6a states that the court need not generate a citation for a counterclaim and no answer to the counterclaim need be filed. Therefore, Judge, we believe that defendant's counterclaim has no merit and must be dismissed. It is a frivolous claim. So we ask that the motion be denied.
You're rocking with the best.
And this is what happens every time these pro se people come into court, not understanding the court rules. She asked for his case to be dismissed based off procedure. She didn't even get to the elements of his argument. And they're not going to if you're not following the rules of procedure. It is the number one thing they use to get cases thrown out. He did not follow the rules of procedure. And since he misinterpreted the statute, that opens the door for the lawyers to say this is frivolous. It's basically saying he doesn't even know what he's doing, let alone can put up a legal defense. And this is why I'm so big on following court rules and procedures, because you're taken more seriously when you do.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, you need to.
Okay. In Lozano versus GTE MobileNet of South Texas LTD 84 Southwest .3D 261 266 in the Texas Appellate Court, Corpus Christi 2002, untimely answers don't defeat.
Once again, you're missing the point. It doesn't matter. She did not have to respond anyway because she already appeared and filed her claim. I can have a claim against Richard. I filed a complaint against Richard. Richard files a response to me. I don't have to respond after that because the plaintiff gets another chance. I don't have to. I could just rest on my original. So once again, you are citing that case out of context, which is another thing people do every day.
All right, I'll give quick props to him for actually citing Texas
Default unless
that's the only props I give him.
default unless leave is granted. So therefore, the dismissal should still be given.
You're still missing it. You're missing it.
All right, so you're asking, what are you asking to dismiss what?
Their original petition against me.
All right, that's denied. All right, with respect to the counterclaim, and not filing a written answer, and so therefore, what are you seeking with respect to that?
The judge, I know. Look at the judge. Not clear, not concise. If he was in the federal court, they would have threw it out for not being clear on what you want. And what you want better be authorized by the rules. You know, my case with credit acceptance is in the federal court. You don't get that much leeway as a state. Yeah, pro se, your motions are construed liberally. That only means is if I'm saying they charge me $50,000, was only supposed to charge me $10,000, but I'm not putting it in the legal terms, they'll be, we get what you're trying to say. All right, we'll go with that one. What the courts are not going to do with pro se, state or federal, is let you get away with not knowing the rules. So when they say you're going to be held to the same rules and standards as an attorney would, that's what they mean. That's exactly what they mean. You better learn the court rules to the game that you play when you step into court. Court is not just this big one administrative thing you send in and they give you what you want. You got to fight for everything that you get. Whether it's in court, out of court, IRS, whatever, you got to fight and stand on everything. These quick, fast remedies are the scariest because although you can follow a template to get results, as soon as they do a switcheroo on you and you got to explain more, people are left like fish out of a water, don't know what to do. And this is where they jump from group to group, all looking for that high. That send it, get it, send it, get it. But when you actually got to stand on it, when it comes under the judicial scrutiny, that's when you know where you at. All these processes out here, all these ways to go about it. Ask any of the teachers, how would this look if I had to explain this in front of a judge? That's the standard.
A motion for a default judgment. And as far as equitable relief, I'm asking for a $25,000 credit line reinstatement as a remedy for wrongful closure, an order requiring the plaintiff to comply with future lawful instructions. And then that was also in addition to $20,000 judgment according to the affidavit that I provided for damages.
All right, okay, so I'll that's going to be denied. All right, I'll hear from the plaintiff.
You're rocking with the best.
I tell you, none of what he asked for met any type of legal standard. None of what he asked for met in that extra 25,000. Trying to be greedy and siphon more money. You should have just left that out of it. You see that? That's all it takes for you to lose. And he was so focused on the affidavits, what they did to him, he paid very little attention to the court rules. It's in the court rules and procedures that determines whether you win or lose. It's in the court rules or the procedures that determines whether you're going to win or lose.
I apologize, I was muted. Your Honor, with respect to trial, here plaintiff is the original lender. The account was opened on 10/21/2019, and the last payment was made on March 1st of 2024. The account was closed on October 29th of 2024.
Right there, once again, count close. I already know what it means on the balance sheet. So it's just like the last case. So you're bringing my client into court to sue for a debt that I can prove from your own accounting that is not what they really owe. Now let's attack. Now let's get to the discovery. Now let's get to the discovery. Because the biggest part of getting past is the initial stage. We get past the initial stage, now we want discovery. Are you going to give me things that I know you don't want to give me that's going to cause you more exposure? Are you going to give me the whole file? The whole pool balance? You know, that would go real good when I file my tax returns. Uh-oh. I think I can blow the whistle on you with this. You sure you want to give me this discovery? And it's at this stage is where settlements are made. At this stage before trial is where settlements are made. It's at this stage right here. That discovery stage is where settlements, they always settle out because they do not want to give you any information that's going to expose them to way more risk. Can you imagine what I'd do if they gave me their whole internal accountant, the internal pool balance, the actual warehouse lending agreements, the actual real documents? Do you imagine what I would do to them? It's bad enough I'm scalping them just off the stuff that makes public. What if they send me all their internal emails and communications and internal certificates and trusts and all those internal cash collateral accounts and all? Oh my gosh, I would. Oh my gosh.
With the balance of $8,026.96. Plaintiff is seeking that full balance plus court costs and post-judgment interest, Your Honor.
The post-judgment interest is going to hurt. Because after judgment, the longer you don't pay, the interest still stacks. So they really going for its jugular.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
And everything is in the file. You submitted the custodian of records affidavits?
Yes, Your Honor. In the file, I believe the header of that document is affidavit of account.
Leave it there.
And it is attached before the exhibits with the supporting statements.
Pardon?
Your Honor, yes, it was attached. The header is statement of account affidavit, and it is the page before these statements submitted as exhibits.
I cleaned up out there.
I got you. God damn, get to it, girl.
All right, anything further?
Nothing further from the plaintiff, Judge.
Mr. Collins?
Will the notes of the file be put in as far as the reason for denial of the motions?
Reason?
It's not a court of record. He just said small claims court. The reason why you're being denied is you took out a line of credit, you didn't pay it back, and you did not know how to legally invalidate the foundation of their claim. You did not know how to break through the firewall that all these companies set up to whereas they know you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They know you don't know how to attack the foundation of their arguments with the rules and the regulations and proper legal authority. So with them knowing that you don't know how to do it, the contract is going to stand as valid, and you gave the judge no reason to ignore the forms of the contract and get to what actually is going on. You didn't give the judge any reason to do so.
And for the hearing is held. Does the judgment of the court that the plaintiff recover from the defendant $8,026.96. Judgment for the plaintiff, court costs and post judgment interest at the legal rate.
Is that the answer to my question?
Now he's passively aggressive and passively mad. The judge does not have to give you a reason why they denied. You just get denied. They don't have to tell you why. And this is where most people, they act like the judge owes you all these big explanations on why. You should know why you got denied. You didn't even cite the statute correctly. That's a big indicator.
Is that the answer to my question? No, I don't want to answer your question because your question doesn't matter. I've already said that I'm not ruling in your favor. It was denied.
That's it. That's it. They act like they're supposed to get all these explanations. And you could tell with a sovereign citizen, they always want the judge to tell them why they didn't give them what they want on their ridiculous claims. You notice that? They always ask for why. What do you mean why? The judge don't got to tell you why. Do you hear a lawyer asking the judge why when they get their stuff gets denied? No, they take it on the chin. It's court, legal warfare. This is legal. Court is legal warfare. If you think you're going to go into legal warfare with very limited knowledge and come out on top, better yet, unscathed, you have bought into a sovereign citizen belief that everything's going to be peaches and cream, and all you got to do is submit documents, and that's it. Well, guess what? 98% of the remedy is understanding. The other two is the person behind the documents.
This guy's thick. He's trying, I guess. Yeah, stop using ChatGPT to form arguments. I don't know. Where do these arguments come from?
You better know. Oh, that's another thing. AI can't replace understanding. AI can't replace 10,000 hours of research. AI cannot replace reading thousands of pages of balance sheets and accounting rules and court cases and legal briefs and professional documents. AI can't replace the understanding. AI is only as good as what you understand. You only put into AI what you know. AI is prone to make mistakes. So if you don't have your model foolproof and have your foundation for it and run it through vigorous tests, AI is not really going to help you that much. And AI damn sure can't help you go into court and make a legal argument if you don't even already have legal understanding of the court system and how it works. And by me spending so much time in and out of the court system, I managed to take a negative and now convert it into a positive. Because all based on my experience, I've now tightened up on court litigation, which started off as a bad thing by me being in front of the courts, has now turned into something very good. Because now I understand the courts. I understand how they operate. I understand the rules. I understand the regulation. I understand the attention to detail. I understand it's the little things that sinks your ship in court, not so much of your claims. It's how they present it, how they word it. Did you respond timely? Did you follow the rules when you put this motion together? Did you actually state a claim according to the standards? Did you prove the who, what, when, where, why? Who, what, when, where, and how? Why, how? When you cite fraud. Do you understand that when you use the word fraud, your complaint is already subject to a heightened pleading standard? And you can smash it on all the other elements. But if you don't pass the elements of to prove a fraud case, your whole claim could get thrown out just because of that one thing you didn't prove was fraud. They're so quick to throw fraud out there, fraud out there, fraud out there, but they never, ever, ever, ever meet the thresholds to sustain a fraud claim. Fraud was alleged all throughout this. Improper accounting, you might as well say fraud. Charging me more than what the state allows, you might as well say fraud. Fraud was evidence all throughout this. Fraud. And not only did I allege fraud, I proved the who, what, when, where, how. And then I showed them using their own words how they did it. And then I showed the judge again using their own words. This is what they consistently do. Then on top of that, I say, hey, Your Honor, look at this case. Massachusetts for credit acceptance. They got sued for the same thing. Hey, Your Honor, look at this case. Their own investor sued them for the same things I allege. Hey, Your Honor, New York Attorney General suing them for the same things I allege. Hey, Your Honor, look at these citations of 25 out of 80 that I have where credit acceptance had to settle because of the same claims I'm alleging. Hey, Your Honor, here's what the accounting rules say. Here's what the SEC says, and here's what the IRS says, and here's what other jurisdiction in courts and bankruptcies and state law says too. That's all confirming the same things I'm saying. Hey, Your Honor, don't worry about me saying where the extra finance charge went to. Won't you hear from their own words? Never mind that I'm saying it's not disclosed on TILA. As a matter of fact, look at my contract. Look at the TILA disclosure. Now look what they're actually saying consists of my finance charge. And Your Honor, see if you find any of that on my contract.
Now I feel like it's ChatGPT. How do I win a? No, I'm not. Man. All right, I'm gonna let the rest of this video play out. It's pretty much over. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, hype. Dude, you guys know what to do. Thank you so much for watching. I already said that. That's it. That's all I got. Till next time. Bye.
Pardon?
Was that the answer to my question?
What was your question?
Will the notes state the reason for denial of the motions?
No, I don't believe it's valid. Motion to dismiss with respect to the this is not a court of record. You have an absolute right to appeal the court's decision, right? And we can provide you with that information at the windows. You can ask.
Yes,
Right, there you go. Anything else, Mr. Sparson?
Your Honor, I do have, or not on this case, Judge.
Okay.
Those are dismissed, sir.
Okay. Okay.
What did he say I could get at the window?
You can get the packet for the appeal if you wish to appeal this court's decision.
They might also sell IQ points at the window. You might want to purchase a few of them. Just a thought.
Yeah.
All right, and as I said, you have an absolute right to appeal the court's decision.
All right, thank you, sir.
Portfolio Recovery Associates versus David Sepulveda.
And that is what happens. That is what happens. That is what happens when you don't understand court and the procedures. See, all these claims and all these classes that these people have, you know what? Never I could just bet my bottom dollar is it's always going to be straight administrative, and when you send it, you're going to get it. Send it to the bank. Send it to this company. There's never no real legal means to enforce what you're sending. See, with my new set-off claim, it's not just sending a document in and that's it. They may remain silent. What do you do if they remain silent? Remember, there's no magic pills over here. There's no one sheet of documents that makes all your troubles go away. Although you can make that argument with credit acceptance with the email and the documents I sent, but let's speak normally, generally. What if they remain silent? What if, depending on what your end goal is, they don't just set off the account and cut you a check for the rest? What on that document has to be asserted for them to be like, well, we don't want to, damn, like, we don't want to, shit, we might, There is never any threat of any legal action in which they can be exposed to risk in these administrative claims. And we're not talking about just threatening to take them to court, because they get threatened all the time. But we're talking about, hey, if we take you to court, we'll be able to prove by the evidence in your own words, in your own procedure, and how you account for this, that I really don't owe what you think I owe. As a matter of fact, I really only owe this. And based on all the payments I made, I've already satisfied this obligation. So what are you going to do about that? You might want to check out these cases. See, just like lawyers can't, nobody can guarantee you anything, but we're talking about what puts you in the best position, what puts you in the strongest position. And too many people want guarantees from a system that you can't guarantee. I couldn't guarantee that when I sent that email and those documents attached, that credit acceptance would just cease collection. How could I guarantee that? I can't guarantee, oh, we filed this motion, you're going to get it, you're going to win. You can't guarantee it. But what you can do is, based on experience and procedure and precedence, you can gauge that the likelihoods of you succeeding are extremely high based on experience, data, and evidence, and all the cases that line up like this. See, you can show the likelihood. Your likelihood of succeeding and coming out on top increases. It doesn't increase when there's no threat of enforcement and no legal way to enforcement, and no legal claims to that enforcement. There's no win there. It's going to be, you're going to be rolled over. They're going to respond with some BS. Do you know how to bring the hammer down on them in a manner which gets their attention? You have to get their attention. This pie in the sky, just send this document and everything's going to be good. You have to make it that way.
Welcome to Solvent Citizen Legal Encounters. All right, today we have a solvent citizen who decides he doesn't want to pay his money back. You create the debt and you need to pay the debt. So let's go in and check out the hearing. And also, before we go into the video, I want to welcome Mike and Joy to the membership. Thank you for joining. Check out the community post. There's something there for you. Let's go.
Do your second one, your Citibank versus John Hayes.
Yes, and good morning, Joseph Jamal here on behalf of the plaintiff.
This is file 2425, and I've got another gentleman here, John Michael, who apparently has filed paperwork.
Yes.
Mr. John Michael, you've got semicolon Hayes, respondent. First of all, are you an attorney?
I am not.
Okay. So do you have, you're alleging in, I guess, all these documents that you're somehow a representative for John Hayes. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
So how are you, or it says beneficiary, do you have some paperwork giving you some authority to act for John Hayes today?
And the UCC one that was filed.
What? No, is there an order?
He said a UCC one, ain't no need to say anymore.
The highest form of financial power isn't money, it's control. And what if I told you that control isn't taken, it's actually structured? This is the final chapter, and today I'm going to show you how to operate as the creditor in modern commerce, lawfully, strategically, and powerfully. The internet told you that the creditor is the one who files the form. The law tells you that the creditor is the one who controls the structure, who understands the nature of consumer law, who understands the nature of the obligation. Today, you will learn the real formula, from structure to documentation, from standing to leverage to...
Let's see if he went back into the lab Because obviously he just put this out 2 days ago. And let's just see. Put it out 2 days ago. Let's just see if he tightened up since my last review on him. Fund yourself and become a creator. Fund yourself. Borrow from yourself. Loan from yourself. Don't they all put these videos out? Borrow from yourself, loan from yourself. I'm telling y'all, it just never stops.
Finally, controlling your financial situation. This is the pattern wealthy families live in. And it's the sovereign pattern that individuals must master. So thank y'all for watching this video. We're ready to dive into a lot of information. Make sure you guys have a notebook and a notepad. Also, at the same time, this is not legal advice. This is not financial advice.
Of course, it never is. It never is. It never is. It never is. It's never legal advice. It's never financial advice. But you're going to be sitting there talking about legal and financial stuff the whole time. It never is. It never is. Anytime a person comes on and says this is not legal advice, this is not financial advice, it's for educational, informational purposes only, don't listen to them. If they can't really stand up under it, if they can't stand up under it, stand under it. If you're giving advice, give advice. I give advice all the time. I advocate for shit all the time. I do it. Oh, this for education? Nah, fuck all that. I'm standing on what I say. But of course,
Advice, make sure to do your due diligence. Everything I'm about to pull up is online. Number 2, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are on track to 100K followers, subscribers. Tap into the channel. Thank y'all for watching this video. We're about to go ahead and dive in because we got a lot to get into. Let's dive into it. Here's what the law actually says. And before we kind of do this, I want to actually start with the legal foundation, because if you don't have a legal foundation or legal merit behind what it is that you are challenging or how you're going to challenge, then you are not going to win. So you got to make sure you are following.
sound familiar.
Following what the law says and using the law so that you can be able to get ahead. So
For real, bruh. For real. For real. For real. You was just saying the straw man, the UCC, HJR 192. You was just saying that. No, don't try to say follow the law now. Said their reaction to your video. Don't try to say that now. Look at this shit here.
So the first thing that I want to first talk about is UCC 1-201, which is the general definitions. Specifically, this is the first section of the UCC. But I'm going to scroll down to.
What did I say? What did I say? They're always going to go to the general UCC instead of going to the state law UCC. I told you there. What did I say? This is what they do.
To 1-201 B13, and it's going to give us the definition of a creditor. It says a creditor includes a general creditor, a secure creditor, a lien creditor, any representative of a creditor, including an assignee for the benefit of creditors, a trustee in a bankruptcy, or a receiver in equity, an executor, or administrator of an insolvent debtor or assignee's estate. Long story short, it says a creditor is a person who has a claim. All right. It's right here in UCC 1-201. Simple, clean, and powerful. Okay. So who has the claim? You have the claim. Or it could be vice versa. All right. I want to also go to security interest because we was talking about it, but security interest 35. An interest in personal property, securing payment or performance of an obligation.
Oh my gosh, man. God damn. Security interest. Like these Mensa rejects, man. Like
the law defines creditor by claim. So if someone has a claim on you, or you have a claim, you are a creditor. If you make a claim.
means an interest in personal property or fixtures which secures payment or performance of an obligation. It includes the interest of a cosigner and a buyer of accounts, chattel paper, a payment intangible. What's that? Nicholas Burns. Do you know what that means? Or a promissory note in a transaction that is subject to Article 9. Does not include the special property interest of a buyer of goods on identification of those goods to a contract for sale. So, let's see.
You can essentially be a creditor. And it defines a secured creditor by interest and control. So having a security interest and being in control of the obligation makes you secured.
Remember, they all do it. They don't know how to do nothing else. The literal meaning. I just showed the clip when Mensa was doing it. They take a word and apply the literal meaning to it. So you have a secured, if you got an interest in a property, that means you're secured interest. That's their, the fuck.
But before we dive into that, let me put y'all on to the Fund Yourself Academy. The Fund Yourself Academy for Black Friday is only $27 a month. And anybody can tap into the Fund Yourself Academy for only $27 a month. Now, for the people that are a part of the Fund Yourself Academy, they are also able to
learning how to discharge your debt, fix their credit, access fund, and take full control of their financial future using the laws that were hidden. There's always some secret, esoteric, the eye of the pyramid. Sovereign Finance Series, administrative process I successfully used to dispute a $50,000 claim by Navient. Oh, Navient is so... I took care of my mom's Navient bit. That's how she's able to become a teacher. Navient's not that. But what makes you think the method that you use for yours is going to be the same method that's going to work for everybody in all their search? You see how they don't know how to structure claims? The core principles of everybody's financing are all going to be the same. The way I talk about the core principles, whether mortgage, auto, credit card, student loan. So I can take those core principles and apply it to a generalized setting. So if you did that, which I highly doubt, if you did that, then I can understand. But most likely, it's this one-off method that you use, and you're going to apply the facts and circumstances to your one-off situation to everybody, instead of finding the core elements and the connections in all these transactions, whether it's a mortgage, auto, credit card, student loan, this, that, instead of finding those same core principles, which I highly doubt that you did, but who knows?
Market the Fund Yourself Academy and get 40% commission. So that, all right.
So market and get 40% commission. It's nothing more than a, what do they call it? The pyramid scheme, equity marketing, that marketing stuff that they do. So you get paid by bringing people to the group. If this ain't a money grab,
everything that you need. Okay. So there is volumes 1 and 2. So write this down in your notebook whenever you get a chance to write that. Number 2, the second pillar will be documentation. A creditor documents everything. So if you are not comfortable with writing a letter, or most people lose because they cannot give or they cannot prove their position. They cannot substantiate their position. But it's 2 codes that govern this world. It is UCC 9-203. UCC 9-203 talks about what a security interest, what makes a security interest actually like attachable and becomes enforceable.
Bruh, it's what are you talking about? It's dealing with property, bro. Property. property. The security interest is attached to the property to secure the underlying debt. Secure transactions, mortgages, autos. It's that, bro. So are you talking about mortgages and autos here? The security interest attaches. When it becomes enforceable, it attaches to the contract. And the contract is always secured by a deed of trust or a mortgage agreement. So, like,
Okay. When value is given, when a debtor has rights in collateral, the security agreement is authenticated and the description of the collateral. So that's under UCC Article D9-203, attachment and enforceability of security interest. So in this section, it pretty much breaks down what makes security interest enforceable. Okay. So typically in your challenge, when you are challenging them to see if they have transfer rights or if they transferred or the chain of title, this will let you know if they have rights to the collateral. This gives you the ability to ask if they have already transferred the rights to someone else. This asks them if this is an authenticated security agreement, right? This is the sword against them. And then we dive into the element of perfection. If I go back one, go to Article 9, scroll all the way down to, as a matter of fact, 308 is right here. UCC Article 9-308 explains the general requirements for perfection of a security interest or agricultural lien. So again, this is the other element. In order for a security interest to be fully enforceable, it has to be perfected. So it's going to break down what makes it perfected. All right. It says, hey,
you break it down.
Continue. It says, perfection of security interest. A security interest is perfected if it has attached and all of the applicable requirements for perfection in sections 9-310 and through 9-316 have been satisfied. A security interest is perfected when it's attached if it attaches, if the applicable requirements are satisfied before the security interest attaches.
Oh, God. Bro, do you not know they already do all that? Why do you think they have MERS? Why do you think they have MERS? Do you think that they have to go to the UCC office and fill out a UCC form for your mortgage, your auto? I hope that's not what you're thinking. I hope that's not what you're thinking. Do you know what goes by the laws of that state? I hope that's not what you're thinking. That they gotta actually have a UCC one on it with it. I hope that's not what you think. I hope that's not what you think. Oh God.
When filing required perfected security interest or agricultural lien. We keep going to the next one. Perfection of security interest in property, subject to certain statutes.
Subject to certain statutes, regulations, and treat. Exactly. On the face of it, the bare minimum is when they record it with the county. That's it. That's it. All this stuff you trying to get to. MERS County. MERS, bam. It's already done.
Statutes, regulations, and treaties. It's all right here. It goes all the way to 16. So 9-203 talks about the element of perfection. 9-20. No.
But yeah, see what I'm saying? It's all right here. Bam. I mean, anybody can just pull this up and start reading. But do you understand what you're reading? Are you interpreting what you're reading? Do you comprehend what you're reading? Is it applicable to what you're trying to do? I still don't even have a clear, I guess, operate as a creditor, but I'm still trying to make the connection as a security interest and all this, how it relates back to you as the creditor. Like that, I'm still waiting for that.
9-203 talks about what should be attached in order for the security interest to be enforceable, and 9-308 talks about the perfection. Perfection equals public notice equals priority. So if it's not perfected, if they don't have those certain requirements, then the security interest is not really enforceable.
So what is an example of them not doing it correctly? Yeah, do y'all see what I'm saying? Give an example of them not perfecting it according to this, because where's the connection here? You said live like a creditor, then you went to security interest, perfecting security interest, and they said if it's not done correctly, then okay. So what is a way that they not doing it correctly? Like, what example? And this is what I mean.
The other element that we're going to talk about.
I told you, look, just skips right by it. You think about it. What did you actually learn there? What did you actually learn? You just went over a bunch of UCC9, blah, 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 blah. What did you actually learn? He just go, oh, now we talk to what does that do? Where's the connection to you being operating as a creditor? How does that? And you talk about follow the law.
When it comes to contracts is performance. All right. Now, performance is under the restatement of contracts. Okay. Section 235.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. That's not law. That's Bruckner on contracts. Section 235 of what case? It's a restatement. It's not regulations. It's not a statute. That's just he's just breaking it down, but that's not authoritative law. I mean, it's a good source, but you got to let them know that. You just said it like it's authoritative, because each state has their own law on contracts. And that's what I'm saying. They don't know how to teach for a general where it applied to everyone, no matter the situation, because this is like each state is going to look different on this one.
Okay, it says the effect of performance as discharge and of non-performance. We're just going to read the first line. Discharge by performance. A duty is discharged when it is fully performed, nothing less than full performance. However, has this effect in any defect in performance, even an insubstantial one, prevents the discharge on this ground. The defect need not be willful or even negligent. Although the court may ignore trifling departures, performance that is merely substantial does not result in discharge under Section 1. Okay? A duty, of course, may be discharged on some other ground. For example, a duty that has not been fully performed may be discharged on the ground of impracticality of performance. Wow.
But what legal authority is this citing from? Like this is more like a professor's opinion on, but where is, like, you're talking about law of contracts. So where is the actual, like, come on, man.
Wow. It's effect of non-performance. Non-performance is not a breach unless performance is due. Performance may not be due because a required period of time has not passed, or because the condition has not occurred, because the duty has already been discharged. So when you really think about it, right, on the element of because the condition has not occurred, when you send a conditional acceptance and you decide to not pay after you sent the conditional acceptance, they may call that a non-performance.
A conditional acceptance. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Now you wonder why he didn't respond to debate him and why I withdrew. You talking about a conditional acceptance. We talking about advanced accounting and balance sheets. That shows the real deal. You talking about a conditional acceptance.
It's a breach of contract, but if you asked them for a particular, if you said that you will pay under certain conditions and they did not occur, those conditions, then essentially they cannot say that you are not performing.
So basically what he's saying is that you could just unilaterally change the terms of your obligation. You already signed the promissory note. You already signed the agreement. You already your monthly payments. It's already be due by this date. What he's saying is you can just unilaterally, without the agreements of the party, change the terms and say, oh, although I signed a binding agreement that says I'm going to make payments of $550 a month, and if I don't pay the $550 a month, I could be subject to repossession or foreclosure. I'm going to go ahead and slide this conditional acceptance on you and say, hey, I'll pay now, but you need to provide this, this, and this. Was that in the original terms of the agreement? Because that's what they're going to go to court in. They're not coming to court in with your conditional acceptance. They're going to come to court with the original contract you signed. You see what I'm saying? This is just another example. This is another example why some people think they know what they're talking about just because they got a lot of followers, subscribers, and they got a mic in the screen. But when it comes under the judicial light, no one wins in court when talking about a conditional acceptance. You cannot unilaterally change the terms of your contractual agreement that's binding.
Which is their main argument. So, full performance discharges duty. Performance equals moral plus contractual authority. Man, it's getting really good. Okay. Pillar 4. And y'all write this down, restatement of second contract, because you can gather so much information from this section right here. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is UCC Article 9-610 and UCC 9-609. All right. Which talks about how ownership is irrelevant, control is everything. So making sure that they have control is important. Make sure you have control is important. All right. So UCC Article 9 essentially talks about taking possession of the collateral, which can be done through judicial process or without a breach of peace through self-help. Once in possession, the secure party can dispose of the collateral on the debtor's premises or move it, but must do so in a commercial, reasonable manner. Additional rights include making the collateral unusable without removal and requiring the debtor to assemble the collateral. So when you look at UCC Article 9-609 and 610, it is essentially what the secure party gets upon default. So a secure party may take possession, they may enforce the claim, and they may dispose of the collateral. You understand that this is why banks don't fight. They just control the collateral. Sovereigns mirror this principle. So for the repossession people to understand how to fully challenge repossessions, understanding who has a right to take a possession of something, it's under Article 9-609. And in my last video, I told you guys the importance of Article 9. And right now we have gone through probably like
this is what happens when your whole premise is based on everything that's happening on the contract. You sign this contract today. After you sign it and they get it, it's a totally different thing. And now what you think is a contract, you're not even obligated. Throw the contract to the side once you sign it. This is the part that people miss. It's no longer a contract which you're obligated on after you sign it. It's a totally different ball game that's going on. And this is what I say that most people don't even know that exists. He is going, start showing me the judgments. Start showing me the orders. Nobody's showing judgments or orders or the phases through their proceeding that's not getting thrown out at the beginning. You know, it's all talk. Everybody just talk.
Probably like 6 different codes under Article 9. So get comfortable with Article 9. Repossessions, whatever the case may be, it's in Article 9. Any secured transaction, go look at.
So all that. So basically what you're telling people to do all that, and then they got to learn the court rules of pleading, rules of evidence, rules of procedure. They got to know the timeliness of filings. They got to know court litigation, what to say, what not to say, what to argue, what not to. So you think your flock, that's all they need to know? And then they win, do a conditional acceptance, come and say you're the creditor and operators one, and that's it? See how to make it sound so easy?
Article 9, there's probably something in there that's going to help you. Now, here's the next thing I want to talk about, and it's more of not moving through emotion, but moving through documentation. Understanding that the people that win this battle are the people who are well documented, who are willing to document, who are willing to send a letter, write a letter, ask for documentation, keep their documentation. So level 1 of documentation is the foundation documentation. Proof of your identity, proof of
proof of identity. Proof of identity.
Confer, but we are ready to 25. The account was then sold on August 6th and $84.
All right.
He said proof of identity, right? Proof of identity, right? Isn't that what he said? Okay, let's just see. Let's just see.
All right, Ms. Green, I'll hear from you.
Yes, Your Honor. I reached out to Jefferson Capital and I've asked them for signed documentation, the original copy, and they have not sent anything to me. I also reached out to them 2 times, and within the 30 days, they still have not responded. We had a court date in January. The court, they rescheduled it because they weren't there. So our stuff was rescheduled for here. When I came back here again, I sent a letter out asking Jefferson, and they still never send me anything proving that this is me.
Proof of your structure, proof of your identity. Send a letter, write a letter, ask for documentation, keep their documentation. So level 1 of documentation is the foundation documentation, proof of your identity.
You're rocking with the best.
Isn't that just what he is? Didn't we just see that play out? Didn't we just see that proof of identity play out in court? Didn't we just see that? Like, this is do y'all not see what's going on here? He's literally advocating for people, although it's not legal advice, to take courses of actions. And then they show up to court with that, because that's where it's going. You're not getting nothing administratively with it. And they still going to get the judgments against them. And we just seen it happen in real time. And this is what I mean. People like Nicholas Burns. It's what I mean. And everybody that's following and doing it, everybody, all you're going to hear is, oh, yeah, I seen this. It is. What has been the increase in your life and increase in your understanding by being with this person? What have you done on your own by just the little things he's advocating on? What headways are you making? And when it boils down to it, no matter the talking, no matter how calm, no matter the followers, no matter the subscribers, no matter how you look at it, you're still on first base.
Proof of your structure, your trust, your entity formation.
It's trust. Trust, right? You say trust. Yo, I'm not doing it. I swear.
This is
you said trust, right?
That's the only props I give them. All
That's
right.
right.
I'll give
Specific rule is an
502.1B and 503.1. I respectfully ask the court to enter default judgment without delay. I've also requested equitable relief, a $25,000 credit line reinstated as a remedy for a wrongful closure, and an order requiring the plaintiff to comply with future lawful written instructions. These remedies are proper under the Texas Trust Code and Equity. I've submitted the certification of trust and the power of attorney to prove lawful authority.
Trust law and equity, right? In both of those cases, you've seen what happened. What happened in both of the cases? Got thrown out. But hold on.
Deformation. Your documentation is the foundation documentation. Proof of your identity, proof of your structure, your trust, your entity formation.
Didn't he put on the record in court? Didn't he put all that on the record in court? Didn't What a coinkydink. We show videos where people lost in court, and then we go to Nicholas Burns. Now he's advocating for the same exact things to do the same things, where we just seen two different people in two different cases lose in court. This is what I mean. When it comes up under the judicial light, it crumbles. This is why they don't want y'all going to court. They want everything to be administrative. They don't want to measure up against court, because when it has to go to court, it crumbles. They have no legal claim.
Your operating agreements, the documentation that says who you say you are. The next,
who you can say you are, the goddamn premier of Russia. It doesn't matter what you say you are. It all matters on how you're going to be treated. And if you try to go in court as an entity claiming, I'm on behalf of this business, you can't even represent the business. Businesses are their own separate entities, and they can't represent themselves. They have to get a lawyer. This is why Wells Fargo always has a lawyer. JP Morgan always has a lawyer. Velocity always has a lawyer. So if you're coming in as a behalf of the entity, you can't even be heard. They need a lawyer. Those are small court rules. See? So he's advocated for things that goes against the court rules. And I don't want to hear about, well, this is administrative. None of y'all administrative shit works. None of it works. People get nowhere. To the purchase order, to the injunction, to the putting the QSIPs on the bill and endorsing the security with that verbiage of Title 31 CFR. None of it works. How to get a house and a home. Remember? You even got people out here trying to teach how to get a house, a class on how to get a house and a home and mortgages and like y'all don't, yeah, you know what? Y'all seem to forget fast. It's like the people who done this, y'all seem to forget fast. This was the guru on mortgages. But this is after she said she accessed her estate, $19 million properties, living lavish. Well, let's see.
It's called home since 2019. The Thorpe family recently evicted by the courts, a locksmith changing the locks despite a CDC moratorium on evictions.
I provided her with the CDC declaration form, and the courts ruled against me.
That's the one that's teaching all this stuff, that knows so much stuff. This is the real Tamika. This is the real her.
Tamika's trouble started when her lease expired December 1st, and her landlord exercised her right to not renew.
When I received the termination of lease, I still attempted to pay.
Termination of lease. And this is around when she, I got access my estate, $19 million. I remember her saying it verbatimly. I thought you was access your estate. The mortgage class wasn't until 2022, and she had another one in 2023. She ain't run out of that. This is in 2021. I know she ain't run out of the 19 million.
Into the court date, I asked for an extension. I said, can we just work something out? It's in the middle of a pandemic. She said, I can't take any money from you because I'm taking you to court.
But this is after she said she asked, can we work something out in the middle of a pandemic? Can we work something out? We're in the middle of a pandemic. Understandably so.
Tamika tried to prove her case in court, but despite several appeals, she lost. The judge ruling her case considered a holdover, which means her lease expired and the landlord can opt to not renew.
And this is, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You can come guru after guru after guru after guru after guru. I don't care what they say. I don't care how they argue. I don't care what they try to say. I'm telling you this. What we go over in the Supreme Elite team is going to put you in the best position to be successful. Not because I say it, but you can look at the landscape, look at my clients, look at what we're doing in court, look at the people in my group that's on TikTok there that's been doing things on its own, or utilize it. Look at my the other group member that with the student loans, you could just look at everything. You're not seeing a immediate judgment. You're not seeing any of that. Hey, you can do what you want. Look at my case. Look at my case. I'm actively in litigation and I'm actively advocating for the same things that I'm actively doing. These teachers are not doing what they tell y'all to do. They're not paying their bills with real cash while they give y'all these instruments and conditional acceptances to pay their bills. I am living exactly what I teach in my own situation with CAC. I'm living it direct, proof and proof. You can see their response when I say, nah, y'all, we need to hit them this way. Matter of fact, look, I'm sending this email, these documents to them. You can see the account now. You can see everything's on hold. You can just see it all playing out. But since I'm not saying you can live debt free, I'm not saying your birth certificate access to trust. I'm not saying you got $100 million in the estate based on your social security number. I'm not saying, hey, yo, get something for nothing. I'm saying, hey, you get into your obligation, pay your obligation. When you can prove that your legal obligation has already been set off from an accounting standpoint and you can prove it in court from a legal argument, legal factual basis, then you legally don't have the right to pay. I did not stop paying on my note until I proved legally that I was not obligated to pay. So during the 16th month I was investigating them, another finance company similarly situated, I was still making my payments on time. But see, most people want all the benefits without the work. They want the easy way out and not understanding the complexities. And whatever you want is cool, but make sure you could stand on anything you're doing. And what I see is more processes, more attempts, more experiments, and nothing could be stood on. Because ask yourself this one question: when it gets down to the judicial light, if you had to bring those claims in front of a court, you had to put them in front of a judge, what is the likely outcome of it? And if you don't know or can't prove it, then this is why you need to not do anything or come to a respected source, find you an attorney first, or if you can't find their attorney, Supreme Elite team is here with you. At least we got access to an attorney. At least we got access to someone who was the number 2 or 3 on the totem pole at the SEC. At least we got access to people on the inside. At least we have those things. See, we have those things over here. That attorney has reviewed my work. I'm stamped by one of the highest officials that comes from the Morgan and Morgan family. See, I'm not stamped by no poo-put attorney. I'm stamped by an attorney that has a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of connections. And based on my connections with my good friend, that is his friend, information is shared with me that the regular public is not going to be privy to. And that information gets shared with my group. If you have not signed up for this groundbreaking webinar, this lawsuit against Credit Acceptance Corporation isn't just about one contract. It's about exposing a nationwide scheme that's been hiding in plain sight. Credit Acceptance structured my agreement to look like a simple car loan, but behind the scenes, they securitized it, retained control, and charged a 23.99% interest rate, well above Virginia's legal limit. That's not just deceptive. It's unlawful, and they're doing that in every state they operate in. If Virginia steps in this case, could trigger a wave of enforcement against lenders who use dealer advance programs to disguise true lending relationships. And if the federal government follows through, the IRS, CFPB, or SEC, then consumer lenders across the country will be forced to rethink how they structure, report, and enforce their contracts. This lawsuit demands restitution, recharacterization, and accountability. But more than that, it could set precedents, forcing leaders to respect substance over form and putting consumers back in control of their financial rights. The system's been rigged long enough, Now it is actually time to expose it accurately. And the claims that I'm raising in my lawsuit are the same claims that Credit Acceptance has settled numerous of times with investors, other consumers, or state attorney generals who actually stepped up and held them accountable. This lawsuit is the first lawsuit in the history of the Fourth Circuit and all other federal circuits where claims of this magnitude has been brought against Credit Acceptance Corporation or any other finance corporation from a consumer capacity. You normally see these lawsuits filed by attorney generals of states or the lawyers for the investors. Never have you seen these claims filed from a consumer standpoint. I've seen a lot of consumer complaints and lawsuits filed against Credit Acceptance and other finance companies, but they all have missed the mark because they are approaching it and attacking it from a consumer-like standpoint and doesn't have the mindset of a creditor or a lender to attack them on the level in which they operate. This lawsuit could actually spark a reform in consumer financing. I am one man taking on the complex system. So, it further goes to says that this is what took place, man. I signed the contract. The dealership transferred that contract to Credit Acceptance. Credit Acceptance now had the proper collateral so they can issue trust notes to the investors. The investors put the money up for my deal, for the purchase price in exchange for the contract in which where I will be making my monthly payments. Cool. No issue with that. The thing is, and your legal department admitted that Credit Acceptance never gave me any type of funding in order to even support a contract, which is not a big deal. Rather, they got my promise to pay the security and they was able to raise the funds for the purchase. So is it that credit, and this is their own words, I'm reading it from and it's filed with the SEC. So is it more that Credit Acceptance really just acted as a broker between me, the one that needed financing, and the ones who's willing to invest in my contract? So you all just kind of mainly were just the middleman to broker the deal instead of really being a lender in the traditional sense, like Credit Acceptance went into their own back pocket and put up the money. You kind of more brokered the transaction. Is that more of an accurate statement? Well, I'll be damned.
Reminiscing the good old days, remembering to forget all the bad ones. I remember when college seemed so important, but is it worth it? Been wondering what truly matters to me. I know for sure it's not a fancy degree. I like to do what I love, but what if I'm not good enough? Split personality, sometimes sour, sometimes sweet. An M. Night Shyamalan story called Everything's Peachy. Can we just skip straight to the plot twist, please? Life's all about balance.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure, no. I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no host bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me and miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking on pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a rebel. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle watch the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicker. She gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it. Let it cut a check for a quick. No pressure, nah. I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit. I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. 100, nigga. It's just me against me. I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga. Everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me and miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure. I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog. While the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm. Them tell the niggas come and eat. I got a kiss in my hand. Can't tell me I ain't no peace. Let it counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level. My praise is up to the gods, but don't make me turn into a devil. I need to find that screw, cause I know my shit be loose. Went to sleeping on floors, now I'm trapping out of the booth. No pressure, I ain't feeling no pressure. I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top of shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me and miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about, man. It's only the streets, your boy Young Lotto. It's Young Lotto. 2 down, D&D staying up. Y'all know what it is,
Mr. 100 Rand.
Get it. So with money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal flush and spot them. Right around the top, so I'ma make it bounce back. So all you get is straight piss. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate this. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, bitch. We carry big weight, we will big pun the streets. Been about mine since I was in my dungarees. We blow a big tree the size of a jungle leaf. He think he big meat supplying with 100 piece. I'ma make it bounce back so all you get is straight pip. Triple B, no in between, so all the pictures can't miss. Have your daddy stuck right down that chimney like Saint Nick. To take your 2 cents and stick him in your anus. It's royal flush, nigga. I see your pantyhose. You bragging about one bra, bitch, nigga, I any hoes. I do not mingle, rotate them like hot singles. Just the sound of my money make they twat tingle. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal flush and spot them. Right around the top, so I'ma make it bounce back. So all you get is straight hit. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate this. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, okay? I'm the lotto pick, I keep an honest click. And if we were a thing, that wouldn't be stopping it. We smell a bitch as if he stuck up in some doggy shit. Shorty this my money, that gives me doggy licks. It's absurd how the chain is chipped up off the bird. Oh, half the rims, half the panties taken off his girl. Fuck the ground, all my niggas post smell them birds. They say talk is cheap, so I'ma wholesale my words. I'ma make it bounce back. Niggas getting straight pit. Choking to his face blue. Bust the nigga bank crip. Fuck around, all my niggas on that same shit. Man, ain't no problem to get bang quick. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal flush, you spot them. Right around the top, so I'ma make it bounce back. So all you get is straight pip. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate this. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, bitch. can't even sleep. Her pussy all in my face. Nigga can't even eat. Got me clenching my jaws. Nigga can't even speak. House surrounded by hitters. Nigga can't even creep. That fuck shit for the bird. Don't give a fuck about your feelings. Liddy gonna treat the bitches like a turd. We pulling up, just get a word. A lot of you niggas floating straight garbage. I'ma send you niggas by the curb. Fuck a charge in my lawyer and he showing up and looking like a nerd. Paul speaking no English. Them niggas got the phone whips. Fuck boys and real niggas. Will never ever coexist. Just came home, ain't got no paperwork. Never let a man on it lit. My bitch know I got good dick. Never talk about it with her friends. We gon' do this shit like a man. Walking down out the whips. You asking Liddy for a favor. That ain't my language. Yeah, you talking French. Just turn the page on the chapter. Money pals what I'm after. So what the fuck is you saying, nigga? Shit don't even matter. Bitch know that I'm the man. Jumping in my DM thinking nigga sweet, trying to work me with the scams. I was on the plane shackled up with the lunch bag in my hand. Was on 23 and when he came by myself, hit me with them Zans. Oh man, if I'm not with my wife, then I'm with a bad bitch. All the mokies in there try doing backflips. Diamonds icy, you can skate on them hat tricks. Dirty hoes, pussy smell like a catfish. Wish you was on my team like my last bitch. Fresh from feelings down the toilet, my last shit. I ain't stopping till they dip in the casket. Still dripping, but it's slow like molasses. Pop me a Molly, nigga can't even sleep. A pussy all in my face, nigga can't even eat. Got me clenching my jaws, nigga can't even speak. House surrounded by hitters, nigga can't even creep. That fuck shit for the birds. Don't give a fuck about your feelings. Liddy gonna treat them bitches like a turd. We pulling up, just get a word. A lot of you niggas floating straight garbage. I'ma send you niggas by the curb. And fuck a charge in my lawyer and he showing up and looking like a nerd.
Too much liquor, nigga can't even try. Say on the deuce, I done dropped about 5. I done step in the beat with my 5. You gon' run up in your head when you fight. All I know real, I ain't telling no lie. Get your shit grilled, I'm telling you, come try. Got your bitch in my crib, that shit on island. Baby, I'm man eater like FIFA. So you gon' take my shit, I ain't one of them guys. Grab both my dogs, make one of them bite. Grab both my posts, make one of them strike. I got 2 more foes, but I ain't got no spray. Get behind a nigga, bitch like height. Swerving lane, slamming on your bitch like Mike. I ain't got shit to say, nigga, read me my right. Catch him in traffic, he sleeping.
I just pop me a Molly, nigga can't even sleep. A pussy all in my face, nigga can't even eat. Got me clutching my jaws, nigga can't even speak. House surrounded by hitters, nigga can't even creep. That fuck shit for the birds. Don't give a fuck about your feelings. Lily gonna treat the bitches like a turd. We pulling up, just get a word. A lot of you niggas floating straight garbage. I'ma send you niggas by the curb. Fuck a charge in my lawyer and he showing up and looking like a nerd.
You know what? Thomas is very educated. It don't matter all that tough talk that he doing and all the things that he been through before. It didn't take away his goddamn education and wanting to educate himself to move forward in life. It didn't stop him from doing that. That's what y'all be missing. Yeah, maybe he loud, wild, and ghetto. So what? He still educate himself. He can still talk himself into some things and out some things and make some goddamn money off his goddamn 9